Hello, and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. In the last cold hour before dawn on the 19th of April 1775, a Massachusetts farmer and militia captain named John Parker stood on the village green at Lexington with roughly 77 men arranged in two thin, uneven lines behind him. Most of the neighbours he had known his whole life, men who farmed the same rocky fields he farmed and worshipped, in the same meeting house he worshipped in, armed with whatever muskets a household happened to own. A fowling piece meant for shooting birds standing in the ranks beside a proper military firelock, inherited from a father who had carried it against the French 20 years earlier, and watched in the grey half-light as some 700 British regulars in scarlet coats came marching up the road from Boston in a column considerably longer than the green itself. Parker was a veteran of that earlier war himself, a man in his mid-40s already sick with the tuberculosis that would kill him within the year, and by every credible surviving account he did not intend, that particular morning, to start a war, because he had drawn his own small company up not to block the road the British column meant to travel, but simply to stand and be seen standing, a deliberate, considered act of political theatre rather than a genuine attempt at military resistance, and the words several witnesses later remembered him saying, that his men should not fire unless fired upon, but that if the regulars wanted a war they could have one right there, may or may not have been spoken in exactly that form, because nobody wrote them down that morning, and every version of them reached paper only years afterward, filtered through memory and through the considerable pressure later generations placed on any surviving witness to remember something suitably heroic. What happened next took perhaps 2 minutes from first shot to last, and nobody standing on that green in 1775 knew, and nobody in the 2.5 centuries since has ever been able to determine with real confidence who actually fired the single shot that started it. A British officer's pistol discharged as a signal, a nervous colonial militiaman loosing off a round from behind a stone wall, an accidental discharge from either side that the other simply answered, and when the smoke cleared and the British column reformed and marched on toward Concord without even pausing to properly account for what it had just done, 8 of Parker's own neighbours lay dead or dying on the grass behind him, and not one British soldier had suffered so much as a serious wound in return. Tonight is not, at its own core, a story about that single unanswerable question of who pulled a trigger first on a Massachusetts village green, though we will return to that green properly, in full, later this same night, because a war's first shot is very rarely the war's true beginning, and the 8 men who died on that grass in the last hour before sunrise had already been living, for the better part of a decade, inside an argument that had started not with muskets, but with paperwork. An argument over who had the right to present a colony with a bill, and who had the right to refuse to pay it. An argument conducted for years in pamphlets and petitions and taxed newspapers, and boycotted tea before it was ever conducted in gunpowder. And it is that argument, patient and procedural and considerably less glamorous than the legend later generations built around it, that this whole night is actually going to walk you through. This is not a story about 13 unified colonies rising as one against a single, simply drawn tyranny, a version of events a great deal of later American mythology has always preferred to tell, and it is not, either, a story about pure and inevitable historical destiny working itself out the moment liberty finally demanded it, a version some later patriotic memory has been just as tempted to prefer. It is a story about an unpaid bill passed back and forth across an ocean for over a decade. A bill that started as a genuine argument over war debt and taxation, and grew, slowly and by no means inevitably, into a fuller argument about who actually had the right to govern a people who had spent 150 years governing a great deal of their own daily lives already, and it is just as much a story about all the other bills this same revolution left sitting unpaid, when it finally declared itself finished. The freedom promised to enslaved men who fought in its armies and were in a great many documented cases returned to bondage anyway once the shooting stopped. The land guaranteed to native nations by treaty after treaty that a young republic broke almost as quickly as it signed them, and the plain political equality its own founding language proclaimed for all men, while its own laws, in practice, extended the actual franchise to only a fraction of the free adult population and to no woman anywhere in the 13 states at all. We are going to walk through both of those ledgers tonight, the bill that was eventually paid in blood and treaty, and a genuinely new form of government the world had not quite seen before, and the considerably longer bill that was not, and that later generations of Americans would spend, and in real ways are still spending, the following 2.5 centuries trying to settle. Before we drift any further into tonight's long story, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely find something worth returning to here, because that is truly the only reason I would ever want you to. This is still a small channel finding its own footing, sitting right around 1,000 subscribers as this particular story goes out into the world, and if you feel like lending a hand to a channel that means to keep telling these long unhurried stories for a good while yet, sticking with us and helping us find our way toward 10,000 subscribers would mean considerably more than you probably realise sitting there listening tonight. If you're watching this on YouTube, you will find the Spotify link for this channel waiting for you down in the description, since new episodes have taken to landing there a little before they ever reach the same screen. And if you happen to be listening on Spotify right now instead, all it takes is searching Historian at Midnight on YouTube to find the rest of what this channel has been quietly building in the meantime. And if the mood takes you, leave your own location and your own local time down in the comments below, because it costs nothing at all, and it lets other restless, sleepless people find their way to this same corner of the internet. And there really is something quietly pleasant about knowing that somewhere out there tonight, under some entirely different stretch of sky, a stranger is settling into their own version of this same slow, unhurried hour. There's no need to hurry any of what follows, so let your shoulders find whatever surface is actually holding them up right now, and stop asking them to do any more work than that. If a light is still on somewhere in the room, let it go dim, or let your own eyes go soft and unfocused if the dark already found you before I did. None of this needs to be watched to be understood, only heard, the way a long freight train might be heard rolling through a town at 3 a.m. by someone who never actually gets up to look. And if your mind starts to wander partway through, that is not a failure of attention. That is more or less the entire point of an hour like this one. So let yourself drift, at whatever pace your own body wants tonight, into the story of a bill nobody in the colonies had ever been asked to help write. An argument that grew, slowly and unevenly and against the wishes of a great many people who lived through it, into a full and genuine revolution. A war fought an ocean away that left a bill nobody in the colonies had actually been asked to help write. To understand any of what happened on that Lexington Green in 1775, we have to begin considerably earlier and considerably further from any battlefield, in the aftermath of a different and in some ways much larger war entirely, the conflict fought between Britain and France across North America and Europe and India between 1756 and 1763, a war the American colonists themselves generally called the French and Indian War, and that European historians more often called the 7 Years' War, and that ended in 1763 with Britain triumphant, having driven France almost entirely off the North American continent, and having, in the process, very nearly doubled the size of its own national debt in a single generation of fighting. It is worth sitting, honestly, with the specific scale of that same debt, because Britain's own government owed, by 1763, something in the range of £130 million, an almost unimaginable sum for the period, financed through a combination of loans and taxes that had already pushed British landowners and British merchants back home to what a great many members of Parliament genuinely believed was the outer edge of what domestic taxation could reasonably bear, and it seemed to a considerable number of British ministers, surveying that same debt in the years immediately following the war's end, only reasonable that the American colonies, whose own protection from the French and from a great many hostile native nations had absorbed a real share of that same enormous expense, ought to contribute something meaningful toward paying it down, rather than continuing to enjoy some of the lightest taxation anywhere in the entire British world, while the mother country back home groaned under a debt incurred, in no small part defending American colonial land claims. Consider, too, exactly how lightly the American colonies had actually been taxed in the decades leading up to this same moment, because for the better part of a century and a half, London had governed its own American possessions under a loose and largely informal arrangement historians would later come to call salutary neglect, a policy never officially declared as such by any single Act of Parliament, but practised, in effect, by a British government that found it considerably more convenient and considerably more profitable to let colonial assemblies manage most of their own internal affairs, elect their own local officials, and set their own local taxes, while London concerned itself chiefly with regulating colonial trade through a series of navigation acts designed to ensure that valuable colonial goods, tobacco and sugar and furs chief among them, flowed through British ports and enriched British merchants along the way, an arrangement that a great many colonists had, across 4 or 5 generations, come to regard not as a temporary convenience granted at the Crown's own pleasure, but as something considerably closer to an established constitutional right, the right of an Englishman living in America to be taxed only by a body he himself had some genuine hand in electing, a right the colonial assemblies in Virginia and Massachusetts and Pennsylvania had been quietly exercising in the form of their own locally raised taxes for longer than most of the men now sitting in those same assemblies had been alive. It is worth naming plainly the specific piece of business Parliament attended to almost immediately after the war's own official end, because in October of 1763, King George III issued a royal proclamation drawing a single line down the crest of the Appalachian Mountains and forbidding in principle any further British colonial settlement west of it, reserving that same vast western territory, land that a great many ambitious colonial land speculators, George Washington himself prominently among them, had already surveyed and claimed and in some cases begun quietly settling, for the native nations who actually lived there and whose own recent and considerable resistance, in a conflict historians now generally call Pontiac's War, had made abundantly clear to British military planners exactly how expensive it would be to try to hold that same frontier by force against nations who knew its rivers and its forests considerably better than any British regiment ever would. The proclamation line was drawn, in London's own official reasoning, as a genuine attempt at keeping an uneasy peace with the native nations of the interior and at avoiding the ruinous expense of another frontier war so soon after the last one had finally ended. But it landed, among a great many ordinary colonists and a great many considerably less ordinary land speculators alike, as a plain betrayal of exactly the western expansion the war itself had supposedly been fought to secure, a colony's own veterans who had been promised western land grants in exchange for wartime service, now finding that same promised land placed, by royal decree, permanently and infuriatingly out of reach. And it is worth remembering honestly that this same grievance, land denied rather than taxes demanded, sat quietly beneath a great deal of the louder tax resistance still to come, a resentment several of the men who would go on to lead the actual revolution, Washington chief among them, carried with a personal and financial intensity the tax disputes alone never quite explained. The first bill actually presented and the words that turned mere anger into a doctrine. It is worth naming, plainly, the specific piece of legislation that first converted this considerable, but still largely unfocused colonial resentment into something considerably closer to organised political doctrine, because Parliament passed, in March of 1765, an act requiring that a wide range of printed materials circulating throughout the American colonies, legal documents, newspapers, pamphlets, playing cards, and even academic diplomas, be printed on specially stamped paper purchased from Crown-appointed distributors, a tax considerably smaller in its actual revenue potential than the sugar duties Parliament had already imposed the year before, but one that fell by simple design on precisely the class of colonists most able to write pamphlets, print newspapers, and argue in courtrooms, lawyers and printers, and merchants and clergymen, the very people, in other words, best equipped to organise a genuinely effective and genuinely articulate resistance. A miscalculation on Parliament's own part that a great many later historians have found difficult not to notice. The Stamp Act was, in the strict legal reasoning of Parliament itself, entirely unremarkable, a direct internal tax of a kind Parliament had never before levied on the American colonies, but that it considered itself, as the supreme sovereign legislative body of the entire British Empire, plainly entitled to impose, and the argument colonial assemblies mounted against it turned, with real and lasting consequence for everything that followed, on a considerably narrower and considerably more pointed constitutional claim that Englishmen possessed, as a matter of long-standing constitutional principle, stretching back centuries, the right to be taxed only by representatives they themselves had actually elected, and that because not a single American colonist sat in the House of Commons in London, Parliament had no legitimate constitutional authority to tax them directly at all, a claim that crystallised, across town meetings and newspaper columns throughout that same year, into the phrase that would come to define the entire coming decade: no taxation without representation. Consider, too, the specific British counter-argument this same claim provoked, because a considerable number of members of Parliament, defending the Stamp Act on the floor of the House of Commons, advanced a doctrine that came to be known as virtual representation, the argument that every member of Parliament represented the interests of the entire British Empire in its totality, colonies included, regardless of whether any specific colonial constituency had actually cast a single vote for him. Precisely the same theoretical logic defenders of the doctrine pointed out with real consistency, by which large English cities like Manchester and Birmingham, still lacking any dedicated parliamentary seat of their own despite their own rapidly growing populations, were nonetheless considered adequately represented by the Parliament sitting in London, and it is worth naming honestly that this same argument, however logically consistent within its own British domestic context, persuaded almost nobody in the American colonies, where a considerably more direct and considerably more concrete tradition of actual representation, an assemblyman who lived in your own county, attended your own church, and could be voted out of office by your own neighbours at the next election, had taken root across 150 years in a way London's own more abstract theory of virtual representation never managed to override. It is hard not to notice, too, exactly how quickly and exactly how broadly this same resistance actually organised itself, because delegates from 9 of the 13 colonies gathered in New York City in October of 1765 for a meeting that came to be called the Stamp Act Congress, the first genuinely intercolonial political assembly the American colonies had ever convened on their own initiative rather than at London's own summons, and produced a formal declaration of rights and grievances arguing, in careful and deliberately moderate legal language, that the colonies owed the Crown their continued loyalty and their continued allegiance, but could not, consistent with their own rights as Englishmen, be taxed by a Parliament in which they held no actual seats, a document that stopped well short of anything resembling a call for independence, but that established for the first time a genuinely coordinated colonial political voice operating outside and alongside each colony's own separate assembly. Alongside this same formal political petitioning, a considerably rougher and considerably more direct form of resistance organised itself in the streets of Boston and New York, and a great many smaller towns besides. Groups of tradesmen and labourers who took to calling themselves the Sons of Liberty, a name borrowed from a phrase used approvingly on the floor of Parliament itself by a sympathetic British statesman named Isaac Barre, and who spent the autumn and winter of 1765 intimidating stamp distributors into publicly resigning their own royal commissions, in several documented cases burning distributors in effigy, ransacking their homes, and on at least one occasion in Boston tarring and feathering a royal official rather more literally, so that by the time the Stamp Act's own effective date actually arrived on the 1st of November 1765, not a single distributor in any of the 13 colonies remained willing to actually sell the stamps the Act required, rendering the entire law, for all practical purposes, dead on arrival everywhere colonial resistance had managed to reach it. Consider, too, the specific and genuinely effective economic pressure that accompanied this same street-level resistance, because merchants throughout the colonies organised, across these same months, a coordinated boycott of British-manufactured goods, a considerable number of them signing formal non-importation agreements pledging not to purchase British textiles, British hardware, or British luxury goods of any kind until Parliament repealed the tax, a boycott that struck directly at exactly the class of British merchants and manufacturers in Manchester and Birmingham and London itself, whose own considerable political influence Parliament could not easily ignore, and it was this same combination, colonial street resistance rendering the tax genuinely unenforceable, and British merchants losing real and mounting money on a colonial market they depended on, that finally persuaded Parliament to repeal the Stamp Act outright in March of 1766, a repeal celebrated throughout the colonies with genuine and, by most accounts, largely spontaneous public rejoicing, bonfires and church bells and toasts to the king's own health, a moment several later historians have described as very nearly the high watermark of colonial affection for the British Crown, still framing its own resistance at this early stage as a loyal appeal for the restoration of proper English rights, rather than any kind of rejection of English rule itself. It is worth naming, honestly though, exactly what Parliament quietly attached to that same repeal, because on the very same day it repealed the Stamp Act, Parliament also passed a considerably less celebrated piece of legislation called the Declaratory Act, asserting, in language deliberately left vague enough to cover taxation, as well as every other form of colonial legislation, that Parliament possessed full and complete authority to make laws binding the American colonies in all cases whatsoever. A face-saving assertion of principle that London's own ministers regarded as a necessary preservation of parliamentary sovereignty, and that a great many American colonists still celebrating the tax's own practical repeal chose largely to overlook in the moment, a quiet piece of unfinished business this whole story is going to keep returning to, because the underlying constitutional question the Declaratory Act had simply asserted rather than actually resolved, whether Parliament truly held unlimited authority over colonies it did not directly represent, would surface again and again and again across the following decade, each time with rather less patience on either side of the ocean than had still been available in 1766. A second bill, dressed in different clothes, and a boycott that turned homespun cloth into a badge of principle. It is worth turning next to the specific way Parliament attempted to sidestep the exact constitutional objection the Stamp Act had provoked, because the Chancellor of the Exchequer, a minister named Charles Townshend, persuaded Parliament in 1767 to abandon the kind of direct internal tax the Stamp Act had represented, and to impose instead a series of duties on goods imported into the colonies from outside, glass, lead, paint, paper, and tea chief among them. A form of taxation, Townshend himself argued, fell within Parliament's own long-standing and largely uncontested authority to regulate colonial trade, a distinction between internal and external taxation that a considerable number of colonial leaders had, during the Stamp Act crisis itself, seemed willing to concede might actually hold. The distinction did not survive contact with a Pennsylvania lawyer named John Dickinson, who published across the winter of 1767 and 1768 a series of widely reprinted newspaper essays under the title Letters from a Farmer in Pennsylvania, arguing, with a calm, legally precise thoroughness that made the essays considerably more persuasive than the angrier rhetoric of some of his own contemporaries, that the distinction between internal and external taxation was, at bottom, a distinction without any genuine constitutional difference, that any tax imposed by Parliament for the specific purpose of raising revenue, rather than merely regulating trade, violated the exact same principle of no taxation without representation the colonies had already fought and won against the Stamp Act, an argument that spread through reprinting in newspaper after newspaper across all 13 colonies into something considerably closer to a shared colonial constitutional consensus than any single document had yet managed to produce. Consider, too, the specific and genuinely striking way ordinary colonial households, and in particular colonial women, actually carried this same resistance forward in daily practice, because the non-importation boycotts organised against the Townshend duties depended, in the most literal and physical sense, on households actually producing their own cloth rather than continuing to purchase British textiles, and groups of women throughout the colonies, organising themselves under the name Daughters of Liberty in deliberate echo of their male counterparts, held public spinning bees, gathering by the dozens in town squares and church halls to spin homespun thread and weave homespun cloth in open, visible defiance of British imports, transforming an ordinary domestic craft into a genuinely public political statement, so that wearing homespun rather than British-made cloth became, across these same years, a visible badge of patriotic principle worn by men and women alike, a form of political participation available to colonial women who possessed, in nearly every one of the 13 colonies, no formal vote and no formal office, but who found, in the boycott's own dependence on household production, a genuine and publicly recognised role in a resistance movement history would later remember chiefly through its male orators and its male soldiers. 5 men dead on a late winter evening in Boston, and 2 very different stories told about why. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely tragic confrontation that came to be called the Boston Massacre, because Boston, by the winter of 1770, had become a city occupied, in a real and daily sense, by roughly 2,000 British regular troops stationed there since 1768, specifically to enforce customs collection and to overawe a population Parliament's own ministers had come to regard as dangerously close to open rebellion, and the presence of that same occupying garrison, soldiers competing with local tradesmen for scarce part-time work in their off-duty hours and drawing, from a resentful civilian population, a near-constant stream of jeers and insults and the occasional thrown snowball or oyster shell, produced, on the evening of the 5th of March 1770, a confrontation outside the Custom House on King Street between a single British sentry and a growing, increasingly hostile crowd of Bostonians that swelled, within the space of perhaps half an hour, to several hundred people. pelting a small detachment of 8 British soldiers sent to reinforce the sentry with snowballs, ice and rocks, until one soldier, struck hard enough to be knocked briefly to the ground, fired his musket into the crowd, an action the rest of the detachment followed within seconds, leaving 5 Bostonians dead or mortally wounded on the snow, among them a dock worker of mixed African and Native American descent named Crispus Attucks, generally remembered as the first person to die in what would eventually become the American Revolution, a full 5 years before the first shots at Lexington. It's hard not to notice, too, exactly how differently this same single event was described, almost immediately, by the two sides who each had a considerable stake in how it would be remembered. Because Boston's own radical political leadership, Samuel Adams chief among them, moved within days to publicise the event as a deliberate, unprovoked massacre of peaceful civilians by an occupying army, commissioning the silversmith and engraver Paul Revere to produce a widely circulated print depicting the British soldiers firing in a disciplined volley into a passive, unarmed crowd, an image considerably more damning and considerably less accurate than the actual chaotic, provoked confrontation the surviving testimony described. While British officials and the soldiers' own defenders described the same event as a case of a mob provoking a small, frightened detachment of soldiers into firing in what amounted, in their own account, to a genuine act of self-defence against a crowd that had, by any honest reading of the surviving evidence, been the party that escalated the confrontation from insults into physical violence first. Consider, too, the specific and genuinely striking decision one of Boston's own most committed radical lawyers made in the immediate aftermath, because John Adams, a cousin of Samuel Adams, and already a well-known voice of colonial resistance in his own right, agreed to serve as defence counsel for the British soldiers charged with murder in the massacre's aftermath, a decision several of his own political allies privately regarded as close to a betrayal of the cause. And Adams later wrote that he undertook the defence specifically because he believed, with real conviction, that a fair trial for even the most unpopular defendant was among the very principles the colonial resistance claimed to be fighting to protect and won through a defence built carefully on the actual disputed and chaotic sequence of events, rather than on either side's own preferred simplified narrative, an acquittal for 6 of the 8 soldiers and a reduced manslaughter conviction, rather than murder, for the remaining 2, a verdict that stands, examined honestly, as one of the earliest and genuinely striking demonstrations that the same colonial movement capable of producing deliberately inflammatory propaganda was, at the very same moment, capable of insisting on due process for the very soldiers its own propaganda had just finished condemning. A network of letters that let 13 separate colonies start thinking, for the first time, like a single audience. It is worth naming, plainly, the quiet organisational work Samuel Adams undertook in the immediate aftermath of the Boston Massacre that made everything this evening still is left to tell you considerably more possible than it would otherwise have been, because Adams organised, beginning in Boston in 1772, a formal committee of correspondence, a body of local political leaders tasked specifically with drafting and circulating regular letters to sympathetic committees in other Massachusetts towns and, before long, in other colonies entirely, describing British actions, colonial grievances and colonial responses in a shared, coordinated vocabulary rather than leaving each individual town or colony to react to London's own latest measure in isolation, a network that grew, within 2 years, to include committees in every one of the 13 colonies, and that functioned, in practice, as the closest thing the colonies possessed to a shared continental nervous system, well before any formal continental congress ever gathered to give that same nervous system an official body. And it is worth naming, too, that this same network of committees is precisely what allowed news of Parliament's punitive response to the Boston Tea Party. This evening, is about to describe to reach every corner of colonial America within weeks rather than months, transforming what might otherwise have remained a purely Massachusetts grievance into a shared colonial cause almost as soon as the ink on Parliament's own legislation had dried. Tea poured into a harbour by men badly disguised as someone else entirely. It is worth naming plainly the specific piece of legislation that produced the single most famous act of colonial defiance in the whole of this story, because Parliament passed, in May of 1773, an act intended not primarily to punish the colonies at all, but to rescue a struggling British corporation, the East India Company, sitting on an enormous surplus of unsold tea and facing genuine financial collapse, by granting that same company the exclusive right to sell tea directly to American colonial consumers through a small number of hand-picked colonial merchants, bypassing the network of independent colonial tea merchants who had previously handled the trade and, not incidentally, undercutting the price of tea smuggled in from Dutch sources that a considerable share of colonial households had quietly come to rely on. A piece of legislation that actually lowered, in real and calculable terms, the price colonial consumers would pay for legally imported tea, but that retained, buried inside its own commercial provisions, the same 3 penny per pound duty on tea Parliament had left standing when it repealed the rest of the Townshend duties in 1770, a duty colonial leaders immediately recognised as a deliberate test of whether the colonies would accept, in exchange for cheaper tea, the underlying principle of parliamentary taxation they'd spent the better part of a decade insisting they would never accept at any price. Consider, too, exactly what happened when 3 ships carrying East India Company tea, the Dartmouth, the Eleanor and the Beaver, arrived in Boston Harbour in late November and early December of 1773, because Boston's own radical leadership, led once again by Samuel Adams, organised mass public meetings demanding that the ships return to Britain without unloading their own cargo, a demand the ship's own royally appointed customs officials and Massachusetts' own royal governor, Thomas Hutchinson, flatly refused to permit, insisting, under a colonial law requiring duties to be paid within 20 days of a ship's arrival, or the cargo seized by customs officials, that the tea would be legally unloaded and the tax legally collected whether Boston's own political leadership approved or not. A standoff that reached its own deadline on the night of the 16th of December, 1773, when somewhere between 150 people, a considerable number of them members of the Sons of Liberty, boarded all 3 ships disguised, with a thoroughness that fooled almost nobody who actually witnessed it, but that served a genuine symbolic and legal purpose of its own, as Mohawk warriors, their faces smeared with soot and lamp black, rather than any genuine attempt at ethnic impersonation, and spent roughly 3 hours methodically breaking open 342 chests of tea and dumping the entire contents, valued at the time at somewhere close to £10,000 sterling, directly into Boston Harbour, working by every surviving account with a deliberate and almost ceremonial discipline, careful to damage no other cargo, to injure no person, and to replace a single padlock they had been forced to break in the course of the night's work. It is worth naming too exactly why the disguise mattered as more than mere theatre, because dressing as Native American warriors allowed the participants to claim, with at least a thin legal fiction available to them if the matter ever reached a courtroom, that they were not identifiable Boston citizens defying royal law, but an anonymous and untraceable third party, a fiction nobody in Boston or in London seriously believed, but one that served the deeper symbolic purpose of declaring, through costume alone, that the men destroying this particular cargo considered themselves, for this one night at least, no longer bound by English law or English identity at all, acting instead as something new and not yet fully defined, a claim that would, within less than 3 years, become considerably more explicit and considerably more permanent. It is worth remembering too that a great many ordinary Bostonians and a considerable number of colonial merchants elsewhere in the 13 colonies besides viewed the destruction of what was, after all, a genuinely large quantity of privately owned property with real and documented unease, even as they broadly sympathised with the underlying tax protest, an unease that Parliament's own response to the event would, within a matter of months, do a very great deal to erase entirely, a Parliament that answered defiance with punishment and called it something else entirely. It is worth naming plainly exactly how Parliament chose to respond to the destruction of the tea, because rather than treating the event as an isolated act of mob violence against private property, the kind of response that might have left the broader colonial relationship largely intact, Parliament passed, across the spring of 1774, a series of 4 punitive acts that colonial Americans immediately and permanently came to call the Intolerable Acts, closing the port of Boston entirely to all shipping until the destroyed tea was fully paid for, a closure that threatened the livelihood of every merchant, dock worker and tradesman in the city, regardless of whether they had personally supported the Tea Party at all, stripping the Massachusetts colonial charter of a considerable share of its own long-established self-government, converting a colonial council previously elected by the colony's own legislature into a body appointed directly by the Crown, permitting royal officials accused of capital crimes committed in the course of enforcing Crown law to be tried in Britain rather than in colonial courts, a provision colonial critics immediately and pointedly nicknamed the Murder Act, and authorising the quartering of British troops directly in occupied private buildings within the colonies when suitable public housing could not be found, a provision that struck at exactly the kind of domestic privacy colonial households had come to regard as a basic and inviolable right. Consider, too, the specific and genuinely consequential piece of legislation Parliament passed at almost exactly the same moment that, while not formally counted among the 4 Intolerable Acts themselves, colonial Americans nonetheless folded directly into the same list of grievances, because the Quebec Act, passed that same year, extended the boundaries of the former French colony of Quebec southward to include the same Ohio River Valley territory a great many American colonists, land speculators and ordinary settlers alike had been eyeing hungrily since long before the Proclamation Line of 1763 had first tried and failed to keep them out of it, and granted within that same expanded Quebec formal legal toleration to the Roman Catholic Church, a genuinely progressive piece of religious accommodation by the standards of the 18th century, but one that struck a great many Protestant colonists, raised on generations of deep and largely unexamined anti-Catholic suspicion, as an alarming sign that London intended to favour a conquered French Catholic population over its own loyal English Protestant colonists, so that the Quebec Act, whatever its own genuine merits as an act of religious toleration, landed in the American colonies as one further confirmation that London had decided to punish, restrict, and ultimately rule its American possessions by simple decree, rather than by any process the colonies themselves had any genuine hand in. It is hard not to notice, finally, exactly what this same punitive legislative response actually accomplished, because rather than isolating Massachusetts as an example to the other 12 colonies of what defiance would cost, the Intolerable Acts produced, within months, an entirely unprecedented wave of intercolonial solidarity. Colonies as far south as South Carolina and Georgia, which had shown considerably less appetite for confrontation with London across the preceding decade than Massachusetts or Virginia had, sending food, money, and formal expressions of support to a blockaded Boston, whose own suffering they now understood, with real and sudden clarity, as a preview of exactly what any one of their own colonies might face the moment London decided it too needed to be made an example of, a fear that proved within a matter of months to be the single most effective organising tool the resistance movement had yet found. 56 men in Philadelphia who still were not entirely sure they wanted independence. It is worth naming plainly the specific gathering this same wave of alarm actually produced, because delegates from 12 of the 13 colonies, every colony except Georgia, which was still hoping for British military assistance against native raids on its own frontier, and had little appetite for provoking London further, convened in Philadelphia in September of 1774 for a meeting that came to be called the First Continental Congress, a body that possessed no formal legal authority whatsoever, no power to tax, no power to raise an army, no power to bind any colonial assembly to anything at all, but that carried, from the very first day it gathered, a genuine and considerable moral authority as the closest thing the 13 colonies had yet produced to a single unified political voice. Consider, too, exactly how divided that same Congress actually was on the fundamental question of what it was even trying to achieve, because a considerable faction of delegates, led by the Pennsylvania politician Joseph Galloway, proposed a formal plan of union that would have created an American colonial parliament with real authority over internal colonial affairs, while still operating under overall British sovereignty, a genuine attempt at a middle path between full submission and outright rebellion that came within a single vote of formal adoption before a narrower and considerably more radical faction, still a minority of the delegates present, but a rapidly growing one, succeeded in tabling it indefinitely. And it is worth naming plainly that Galloway himself, watching the debate's own final direction with real alarm, would go on within 2 years to become one of the most prominent American loyalists of the entire war, a reminder, worth holding on to through everything that follows, that the eventual outcome of this whole story was never, at any point along the way, the only outcome a great many thoughtful and genuinely patriotic colonial leaders actually expected or actually wanted. The Congress that did assemble, working through the autumn of 1774, produced 2 documents of lasting consequence, a formal Declaration of Rights and Grievances, reasserting the by now familiar argument that Parliament possessed no authority to tax colonies. It did not represent while carefully continuing to profess loyalty to King George III, personally, a distinction between the king and his own parliament that a great many colonial leaders still genuinely believed, in the closing months of 1774, offered a real and workable path back from the brink, and the Continental Association, a considerably more concrete and considerably more enforceable document, establishing a comprehensive colony-wide boycott of British goods, enforced not by any central authority, but by locally elected committees of inspection, empowered to publish the names of any merchant caught violating the boycott, a genuinely remarkable early experiment in grassroots colonial self-government operating almost entirely outside any formal legal structure, organising within a matter of months a network of local committees stretching across all 12 participating colonies and giving ordinary colonial communities, for the first time, a direct and practical role in enforcing a political programme their own delegates in Philadelphia had only just finished drafting, a silversmith's ride, and the parts of the legend that are actually true. It is worth returning now to the specific night this evening's own opening scene has already carried you partway through, because the ride that later American memory would come to celebrate almost entirely as the work of a single heroic rider, carrying a single dramatic warning was, in the considerably messier reality, the surviving evidence actually supports the work of at least 3 separate riders and a genuinely coordinated warning network built over months of careful preparation by Boston's own Patriot leadership, specifically in anticipation of exactly this kind of British military movement. Paul Revere, a Boston silversmith and an active member of the Sons of Liberty, who had already served the resistance movement as a courier on several earlier occasions, set out on horseback from Charlestown on the night of the 18th of April, 1775, after watching for the prearranged signal of 2 lit lanterns hung in the steeple of Boston's Old North Church, a signal meaning that British troops were departing Boston by boat across the Charles River, rather than marching the longer overland route through the town of Roxbury, and rode toward Lexington specifically to warn Samuel Adams and John Hancock, both of whom were staying in the town and both of whom British intelligence had good reason to want arrested, that a British column was moving to arrest them and, quite possibly, to seize a cache of colonial militia weapons and gunpowder stored further on in Concord. Consider, too, exactly who rode alongside him, and exactly what actually happened once the riders reached Lexington. Because a second rider, a tanner named William Dawes, had set out from Boston at almost exactly the same time by the longer overland route specifically, so that at least one warning would get through even if British patrols managed to intercept the other, and the 2 men, having each completed their own separate rides, met in Lexington itself and rode on together toward Concord, joined shortly afterward by a third rider, a doctor named Samuel Prescott, who happened to be returning home from a late evening visit, and who alone, of the 3, actually managed to complete the full ride through to Concord itself, because Revere was captured by a British patrol partway there, and Dawes, thrown from his own horse while attempting to escape the same patrol, was forced to continue on foot, and never reached Concord at all. It is worth naming plainly, too, that Revere never actually shouted the phrase later. Generations of American children have grown up reciting, "The British are coming," both because the operation depended, by design, on a considerable amount of stealth given how many British sympathisers still lived scattered through the very towns the riders were passing through, and because a great many colonists at the time, Revere very much included, still considered themselves British subjects, and would have found the specific phrasing genuinely confusing, riding instead, by his own later account, delivering a more precise warning that the regulars, the British Army's own soldiers, were coming out from Boston that night, a considerably less catchy but considerably more historically accurate version of events that the wider alarm system this whole night's opening scene depended on, church bells and signal guns and riders fanning out in every direction from the roads Revere and Dawes and Prescott had travelled, carried on far more effectively than any single dramatic ride, however celebrated, ever could have managed alone. Lexington Green in the full light of what actually happened there, and the brutal 18 miles that followed. It is worth returning now to the Green this evening's own opening scene has already shown you, because by the time roughly 700 British regulars under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith reached Lexington shortly after dawn, having already lost a considerable measure of the surprise their commanders had hoped for thanks to the same alarm network this evening as just described, John Parker's small company of militia had already gathered and dispersed once during the long overnight wait, and reassembled a second time as the British column finally came into view, drawn up not to block the road, which the militia themselves well understood they had no realistic chance of doing against 700 professional soldiers, but simply to stand, visibly and deliberately, as armed men unwilling to disperse merely because told to. The British advance officers, riding ahead of the main column, ordered Parker's men to lay down their arms and disperse, an order Parker appears to have begun complying with, several surviving accounts suggesting he had already begun giving the order for his own men to fall back, when the single, disputed shot this evening's own opening scene has already described rang out from an unknown weapon and an unknown hand, and the British regulars, without any order from their own officers that any surviving witness could later confirm, began firing into the retreating and largely disorganised colonial ranks, killing 8 militiamen and wounding 10 more before officers finally succeeded in restoring enough discipline to halt the firing and reform the column for its own continued march toward Concord. Consider, too, exactly what the British column found once it actually reached Concord several hours later, because the colonial militia storage the raid had been specifically sent to seize had, in the days immediately preceding the march, already been quietly dispersed and hidden across the surrounding countryside by colonists who'd received warning of British intentions considerably earlier than the night of the 18th itself, so that the British troops searching Concord that morning found only a small remaining fraction of the powder and weapons they had expected, and it was while a detachment of roughly 100 British soldiers stood guard at Concord's own North Bridge, watching smoke rise from a small and largely accidental fire British troops had started while burning what little military supply they had managed to actually locate, that a considerably larger body of assembled Massachusetts militia, several hundred strong and drawn from a dozen surrounding towns that had spent the morning hours mustering in response to the alarm, advanced on the bridge itself, and it was there, in an exchange considerably more deliberate and considerably more evenly matched than the chaos at Lexington had been, that colonial militia fired what a considerably later American poet would immortalize as the shot heard round the world, a phrase composed some 6 decades after the actual event, and one this evening would simply ask you to hold as a beautiful piece of later commemorative poetry, rather than a contemporary description, killing several British soldiers and forcing the outnumbered British detachment to retreat back toward the main column. It is hard not to notice finally exactly what the return march to Boston actually looked like, because the roughly 18 miles the British column had to cover to reach the relative safety of Boston became, across the long afternoon of the 19th of April, one of the single most brutal and most sustained running battles. Either side would fight across the entire war. Thousands of colonial militiamen summoned by an alarm system that had, by midday, reached towns dozens of miles distant, converging on the retreat route and firing on the exhausted and increasingly disorganized British column from behind stone walls, from farmhouses, and from the cover of trees lining the narrow colonial road, a form of combat British regulars, trained almost entirely for the disciplined open-field volley tactics of European warfare, found genuinely difficult to counter, and it was only the timely arrival of a substantial British relief column, sent out from Boston under Brigadier General Hugh Percy, specifically because British commanders had, by early afternoon, begun to genuinely fear the original column might be destroyed entirely. That allowed the battered survivors to finally reach Boston that evening, having suffered, across the whole of the day's fighting, roughly 270 killed, wounded or missing against colonial losses of just under 100, a lopsided outcome that nonetheless represented for a British army that had marched out that morning, fully confident of a quick and largely unopposed raid, a genuinely humiliating demonstration of exactly how much armed resistance the Massachusetts countryside was actually prepared to offer. A hill that was not, strictly speaking, the hill it was named for. It's worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely costly engagement fought less than 2 months later on the high ground overlooking Boston, because in the aftermath of Lexington and Concord, thousands of New England militiamen had converged on Boston and effectively besieged the British garrison trapped inside the town, and when colonial forces learned, in mid-June of 1775, that British commanders intended to fortify the high ground of the Charlestown Peninsula overlooking the city, colonial officers moved overnight to fortify that same high ground first, digging in through the dark hours of the 16th of June along a low rise called Breed's Hill rather than the somewhat higher and better-known Bunker Hill immediately behind it, a small tactical miscalculation that nonetheless left the battle that followed permanently and rather confusingly named for the hill the colonial forces had not actually occupied. Consider too exactly how the battle itself actually unfolded on the 17th of June, because British commanders, choosing a direct frontal assault over the slower and considerably safer alternative of simply cutting off the narrow neck of land connecting the peninsula to the mainland and starving the colonial position into surrender, sent roughly 2,200 regular troops up the exposed slope of Breed's Hill in 3 successive waves against colonial defenders who had been ordered, according to one especially persistent piece of battlefield folklore, not to fire until they could see the whites of their attackers' eyes, an instruction that may well have been given in some form by one or more colonial officers that day, but that, like a great many memorable battlefield phrases from this same era, exists in several slightly different versions across several different surviving accounts and should be held, honestly, as broadly representative of the genuine fire discipline colonial commanders enforced that day, rather than as a single verified quotation. The first 2 British assaults broke against genuinely devastating colonial musket fire delivered at close range, leaving British officers and enlisted men dead and dying in considerable numbers across the exposed slope. But colonial forces, having exhausted nearly their entire supply of gunpowder across those same first 2 repulses, could not sustain a third defence, and a final British assault, delivered with fixed bayonets against defenders now reduced largely to using their own muskets as clubs, finally carried the hill, forcing a colonial withdrawal that, while technically a British victory, cost the British Army over 1,000 casualties, more than double the colonial losses, a ratio of loss so unfavourable that a British general reportedly remarked in the battle's immediate aftermath that a few more victories of this particular kind would ruin the entire British Army in America outright. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely significant colonial loss the battle produced beyond its own raw casualty count, because Dr. Joseph Warren, a respected Boston physician and one of the most prominent political leaders of the entire Massachusetts resistance movement, a man several contemporaries considered, alongside Samuel Adams and John Hancock, among the very most influential figures in the colony's own revolutionary leadership, had deliberately declined a senior officer's commission. He had recently been offered specifically so that he could fight the battle as an ordinary volunteer soldier rather than direct it from a position of relative safety, and was killed in the battle's final chaotic moments as colonial forces retreated from the hill, a loss colonial leadership felt keenly in the months that followed, and one this evening would ask you to hold as an early and genuinely striking demonstration of exactly how personally and how physically committed this colony's own political leadership, not merely its ordinary soldiers, was prepared to be to a cause that had not yet, even by the summer of 1775, formally declared itself a rebellion against the crown at all. A bookseller who had never commanded so much as a company of soldiers, and the 60 tons of captured cannon he hauled 300 miles through a New England winter on borrowed sledges. It is worth naming plainly exactly how the siege of Boston, that this evening's own account of Bunker Hill left, still unresolved, actually came to its own quiet end, because the Continental Army spent the better part of a year after Bunker Hill simply encircling the British garrison inside Boston, without possessing the heavy artillery either side needed to force any real decision, until Washington, newly arrived to take command, accepted a proposal from a self-taught former Boston bookseller turned artillery officer named Henry Knox to retrieve the substantial store of heavy cannon captured earlier that same year at Fort Ticonderoga in northern New York, a fort colonial forces under Ethan Allen and Benedict Arnold. This evening's own later account of Arnold's betrayal notwithstanding. Still, At this earlier point in the war, a genuinely capable and genuinely loyal American officer had seized from its own small undermanned British garrison in a surprise raid back in May of 1775. Consider, too, exactly what Knox actually accomplished across the following 2 months, because he organised, across November and December of 1775 and January of 1776, the transport of some 59 separate cannon and mortars, weighing in total something in the range of 60 tons, on a train of ox-drawn sledges across 300 miles of the roughest possible New England winter terrain, frozen rivers that had to be crossed with real and considerable risk of the ice giving way beneath the heaviest guns, mountain passes that required teams of oxen to be doubled and redoubled simply to drag individual cannon up a single steep grade, an operation that took a self-taught 25-year-old bookseller with no prior formal military engineering training, and that succeeded, against genuinely long odds, in delivering the entire train of captured artillery to Washington's own lines outside Boston by late January of 1776. It is hard not to notice, finally, exactly what Washington did with that same artillery once it finally arrived, because on the night of the 4th of March, 1776, American forces hauled a considerable portion of Knox's newly delivered cannon up onto Dorchester Heights, high ground overlooking Boston Harbor that British forces had, through a considerable oversight in their own defensive planning, left entirely unfortified, and fortified the position so completely and so quickly, working through a single overnight shift with straw-muffled wheels and wrapped equipment to avoid alerting British sentries, the British commanders woke the following morning to find their own harbour and their own garrison suddenly within direct and unanswerable range of American artillery, a position British General William Howe judged correctly to be entirely untenable, choosing to evacuate the city rather than attempt any assault on the newly fortified heights, and sailing the entire British garrison and a considerable number of loyalist civilians out of Boston Harbour on the 17th of March, 1776, ending, without a single additional shot fired, the siege that had begun on the same road out of Lexington this evening's own opening scene first carried you down. A Congress that raised an army before it had a country to defend, and a pamphlet that made independence sound like plain common sense. It is worth turning now to the body that took up the considerable work of actually organising the armed resistance already underway around Boston, because delegates from all 13 colonies, Georgia now among them, convened in Philadelphia in May of 1775 for what came to be called the Second Continental Congress, a body that found itself, within weeks of first assembling, effectively managing an active war it had never formally declared, voting in June of 1775 to create a unified Continental Army out of the scattered New England militia forces already besieging Boston, and selecting as that army's commander a Virginia planter and veteran of the earlier French and Indian War named George Washington, a choice driven as much by careful political calculation as by any specific confidence in Washington's own considerable but still largely provincial military experience, because a Virginian commanding what had, until that moment, been an overwhelmingly New England army sent an important and deliberate signal that this was becoming a genuinely continental struggle rather than a purely Massachusetts rebellion the other colonies might otherwise have been tempted to watch from a comfortable distance. Consider, too, exactly how far this same Congress still was, even after authorising an army, from actually declaring independence, because in July of 1775, the same Congress that had just created the Continental Army also approved a considerably more conciliatory document called the Olive Branch Petition, a direct and genuinely earnest appeal to King George III personally, still carefully distinguishing between a beloved monarch and his own supposedly misguided ministers, asking the king to intervene directly and restore harmony between Crown and colonies before matters progressed any further, a petition King George refused even to formally receive, declaring the colonies in a state of open rebellion, instead in a royal proclamation issued that same August, a rejection that did more than almost any single earlier event to persuade a great many still hesitant colonial moderates that reconciliation within the empire was no longer a realistic possibility at all. It is hard not to notice, too, the specific and genuinely influential pamphlet that helped push a still divided colonial public decisively toward the idea of full independence, because a recent English immigrant named Thomas Paine, who had arrived in Philadelphia barely a year earlier, carrying little more than a letter of introduction from Benjamin Franklin, published anonymously in January of 1776 a pamphlet called Common Sense, written in a deliberately plain, direct, almost conversational prose style, aimed squarely at ordinary readers rather than at the classically educated elite whose Latin references and elaborate legal argumentation had dominated colonial political writing up to that point, arguing with a bluntness few earlier writers had dared that hereditary monarchy itself was an absurd and fundamentally illegitimate form of government, that the very idea of a small island ruling a continent was against the plain order of nature, and that the time for half measures and petitions to a king who had already rejected them was simply over. The pamphlet sold, within its first year alone, something in the range of 120,000 copies across a colonial population of only around 2.5 million free people, a circulation that would translate, adjusted for the size of the modern American population, to tens of millions of copies sold today, and it is worth naming honestly that Paine's own considerable gift lay less in inventing any argument no one had made before than in stating arguments a great many colonists had already been quietly circling for months in language, plain enough that a farmer or a tradesman could read it aloud in a tavern and feel, for the first time, that independence was not some abstract constitutional theory, but simple, obvious common sense. A committee of 5, and the document one of them mostly wrote alone at night. It is worth naming plainly the specific process that finally produced the document this whole story has been quietly building toward, because in June of 1776, with a formal resolution for independence already introduced in Congress by the Virginia delegate Richard Henry Lee, and clearly headed toward eventual passage, Congress appointed a committee of 5 delegates: John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, Robert Livingston, and a 33-year-old Virginia lawyer and planter named Thomas Jefferson, to draft a formal declaration explaining and justifying the break the colonies were now finally prepared to make, and the committee itself, after a brief initial discussion of the document's own intended structure and argument, delegated the actual drafting almost entirely to Jefferson, both because of his own already recognised skill as a writer, and because, as John Adams later explained his own reasoning, Adams himself was already deeply unpopular in certain quarters of Congress, and believed a document carrying Jefferson's name rather than his own stood a considerably better chance of persuading the delegates still hesitating. Consider, too, exactly what Jefferson actually did with that assignment, because he spent roughly 2.5 weeks in a rented room in Philadelphia, working largely alone at a small portable writing desk he had designed and built himself, drawing on Enlightenment political philosophy, George Mason's recently drafted Virginia Declaration of Rights, and his own considerable reading of natural rights theory, to produce a document built around a central and genuinely radical claim: that certain truths were self-evident, that all men were created equal and endowed with unalienable rights including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that governments derived their own just powers from the consent of the governed, so that a government that persistently violated those same rights forfeited, through its own actions, its own legitimate claim to the people's obedience. A philosophical argument considerably more sweeping and considerably more universal in its own stated language than the narrower, more procedural taxation arguments the colonies had been making for the better part of the preceding decade, followed by a lengthy and deliberately specific list of particular grievances against King George III personally, cataloguing each of the specific acts, the Intolerable Acts, the dissolution of colonial assemblies, the quartering of troops, that the document held up as concrete evidence of a long train of abuses proving a deliberate design to reduce the colonies to absolute tyranny. It is worth naming, too, exactly what Congress itself did to Jefferson's own draft, before finally approving it on the 4th of July, 1776, because the delegates as a body spent the better part of 3 days debating, editing, and in several places substantially cutting Jefferson's own text, trimming roughly a quarter of his original language overall, and removing entirely, in the single most consequential edit of the whole process, a lengthy passage condemning King George for personally forcing the transatlantic slave trade upon the American colonies and for obstructing colonial attempts to restrict it, a passage Jefferson himself, a Virginia planter who at the very moment he wrote it owned well over 100 enslaved people at his own plantation of Monticello, had drafted with a considerable measure of moral condemnation that historians have long puzzled over given his own direct and lifelong participation in the very institution he was condemning, and that Congress removed, not because delegates from the northern colonies objected to condemning slavery, but because delegates from South Carolina and Georgia, whose own economies depended entirely on enslaved labour, and whose own continued participation in the slave trade Jefferson's language had directly attacked, refused to accept a founding document that condemned the practice their own colonies still actively and legally practiced, a single editorial decision this evening is going to return to directly, because it opened on the very same day the document itself was formally adopted, the first and most consequential of the several ledgers. This whole revolution would leave unbalanced, a vote taken in near total secrecy, and a signature so large its own owner reportedly joked the king would need no spectacles to read it. It is worth naming, too, exactly how contested and exactly how procedurally quiet the actual vote for independence really was before Jefferson's own document ever reached the point of public signing, because Congress voted on the resolution for independence itself. The short formal declaration Richard Henry Lee had introduced back in June, on the 2nd of July, 1776, not the 4th, 12 of the 13 colonial delegations voting in favour, while New York's own delegation, lacking updated instructions from its own colonial assembly, abstained rather than voted against it, a sequence John Adams believed so firmly would be remembered as the nation's true founding moment that he wrote to his own wife Abigail predicting the 2nd of July would be celebrated by future generations with parades and fireworks for as long as the United States endured, a prediction that missed its own specific date by exactly 2 days, once the considerably more polished and considerably more quotable language of Jefferson's own declaration, formally adopted on the 4th, came to eclipse the plainer resolution that had actually done the legal work of independence 2 days earlier. Consider, too, that the famous engrossed parchment copy of the Declaration, the one bearing John Hancock's own famously large and famously confident signature, was not actually signed by the great majority of the 56 delegates whose own names appear on it until the 2nd of August, 1776, a full month after adoption, once a clean formal copy had finally been prepared for signing, and that a handful of signatures were added later still, as delegates who had missed the August session gradually made their own way back to Philadelphia, to add their names to a document whose own contents Congress had, in a real practical sense, already finished debating and finalizing weeks earlier, a small but genuinely telling reminder that even the single most mythologized moment in the whole of American founding memory, 56 men stepping forward together to sign their names to treason against the crown, actually unfolded in practice as a considerably more scattered and considerably more bureaucratic process than the famous later paintings depicting a single, crowded, dramatic signing ceremony would ever lead a viewer to believe, whose ledger this declaration actually opened and whose it left firmly closed. It is worth naming, plainly and without softening it, exactly how far the actual practical promise of the Declaration of Independence's own soaring opening language travelled beyond the specific white, property-owning male colonial elite who wrote and signed it, because a document proclaiming that all men were created equal was adopted by a Congress in which every single one of the 56 signers was a white man, a considerable number of them, Jefferson foremost among them, enslavers who continued holding other human beings in bondage for the whole of their own remaining lives, even as they affixed their own names to language proclaiming universal human equality, and the new United States that document helped bring into being would, within a decade, formally enshrine slavery into its own founding constitutional structure through the Three-Fifths Compromise, counting enslaved people as partial population for purposes of congressional representation, while denying them, categorically and permanently, any of the actual rights that same representation was theoretically meant to protect. A contradiction. A great many of the founders themselves, Jefferson very much included, recognised clearly enough to write about privately with real unease, even as they did nothing meaningful in their own lifetimes to actually resolve it. Consider, too, exactly how completely this same declaration's stated promise of equality excluded, as a simple matter of settled colonial and then early American law, every woman in every one of the 13 colonies, because not a single American woman, regardless of her own wealth, education, or property, possessed the right to vote in any of the 13 states at the moment of the Declaration's adoption, with the single partial exception of New Jersey, whose own state constitution briefly and somewhat accidentally extended the franchise to property-owning widows and unmarried women for roughly 3 decades, before a revised state law closed that same narrow opening again in 1807, and it is worth naming too the specific private correspondence one of the era's most politically engaged women addressed directly to this same gap, because Abigail Adams, writing to her own husband John from Massachusetts in March of 1776, while he sat in Philadelphia helping draft the very independence resolution that would lead to Jefferson's declaration, urged him and his fellow delegates to remember the ladies in whatever new laws and new government they were about to create, warning with a directness that has struck a great many later readers as remarkably ahead of its own moment, that women would not hold themselves bound by any laws in which they had no voice or representation, a warning her own husband received, by his own later account, with genuine affection, but with no actual intention of acting upon, replying that he could not help but laugh at what he called her extraordinary request. A private exchange that captures in miniature exactly how completely even the most sympathetically inclined founders were prepared to extend the revolution's own stated principles, only so far and no further. It is hard not to notice, finally, exactly how this same declaration treated the native nations, whose own land the 13 colonies sat upon, because Jefferson's own catalogue of grievances against King George included, among its final and considerably less remembered items, a direct condemnation of the Crown for supposedly endeavouring to bring on the inhabitants of the frontiers the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare was, in the document's own stated language, an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes and conditions, a passage that reduced an enormously diverse collection of native nations, each with its own distinct government, its own distinct relationship to the war already underway, and in a great many cases its own considerable internal disagreement over which side, if any, actually served its own people's interests, to a single, undifferentiated and explicitly racialized threat. Language this evening would simply ask you to sit with honestly, rather than pass over quickly, because a document justly celebrated for the genuine and lasting power of its opening principles also contained, within the very same text, the specific rhetorical foundation for the considerably harsher and considerably more violent treatment. Those same native nations would go on to receive from the government this document helped create. Treatment this evening's own later hours are going to return to, and refuse to let the founding mythology quietly erase. A retreat across an island in fog that saved the entire war before it had properly begun. It is worth turning now to the actual military campaign that followed independence's formal declaration, because the very same summer Congress adopted Jefferson's document, a British invasion force of unprecedented scale, something in the range of 32,000 troops under the command of General William Howe, supported by his own brother Admiral Richard Howe, and a fleet of well over 100 ships, landed on Staten Island and then on Long Island, aiming to seize New York City, and, in doing so, to split the rebellious colonies geographically in two along the line of the Hudson River, a strategic objective that came very close, in the last days of August 1776, to ending the entire war in a single catastrophic defeat. Consider too exactly how badly the Battle of Long Island itself actually went for the young Continental Army, because British forces, executing a night march around the poorly defended left flank of Washington's own positions, achieved a genuine and near-total tactical surprise on the morning of the 27th of August, 1776, routing the American forces and inflicting something in the range of 1,000 casualties, killed, wounded and captured combined, against British losses of barely a few hundred, and leaving the remaining roughly 9,000 American troops pinned against the East River at Brooklyn Heights, with a considerably larger British force positioned to complete their destruction the following day, a position from which most military historians examining the situation honestly would concede the Continental Army possessed no realistic prospect of escape at all. It is hard not to notice, though, exactly what actually happened over the following 48 hours, because Washington, recognizing the desperate position his army now occupied, organized, on the night of the 29th of August, an extraordinarily risky nighttime evacuation across the East River to Manhattan, commandeering every available small boat in the region and ferrying his entire remaining army, along with its artillery, horses and supplies, across the water in near total silence, muffling oars and wheels and even ordering his own troops to maintain the campfires of their abandoned positions, burning through the night to disguise the withdrawal from British sentries stationed barely a few hundred yards away, an operation that depended, by the honest admission of several officers who took part in it, as much on sheer favourable chance as on careful planning, because a thick fog rolled in off the water in the final pre-dawn hours of the evacuation, a fog that several surviving accounts describe as arriving with an almost providential timing, concealing the last boatloads of American troops from British observers just long enough for the entire army to complete its escape intact, so that when British commanders finally realised, with the fogs lifting, exactly what had happened during the night, the entire American army that Howe's own forces had spent the previous 2 days manoeuvring to destroy had simply vanished across the water, a retreat that saved, quite literally, the entire Continental Army from destruction in the war's very first major campaign, and that this evening's own later hours are going to return to directly when we sit together with exactly how much of this whole revolution's eventual outcome actually turned on chance and weather rather than on anyone's careful design. A fort surrendered against its own commander's better judgment, and the single worst afternoon the Continental Army had yet endured. It is worth naming plainly exactly how much worse the autumn of 1776 actually became before it finally turned around at Trenton, because in the weeks immediately following the escape from Long Island this evening has already described, Washington's army suffered a further and considerably more costly disaster at Fort Washington on the northern tip of Manhattan Island, where a garrison of nearly 3,000 American troops, left in position against the private misgivings of several of Washington's own senior officers, who argued the fort could not realistically be held once the British Navy controlled the surrounding waters, was surrounded and forced to surrender in its entirety on the 16th of November, 1776. This single largest American surrender of men and material the war had yet produced. A loss Washington himself, watching the surrender unfold from the New Jersey shore across the Hudson River with his own field glass, unable to send any relief in time, reportedly wept openly over, one of only a small handful of moments across the whole of the war, that his own officers recorded him showing that same degree of visible emotion. Consider, too, exactly how bleak the retreat that followed actually became, because the remaining Continental Army, reduced by Fort Washington's loss, and by a further smaller surrender at nearby Fort Lee only days later, to barely a few thousand exhausted, poorly equipped men, retreated the entire length of New Jersey through late November and early December of 1776, with British and Hessian forces under Cornwallis in close and continuous pursuit, a retreat so demoralising that enlistments, already set to expire at year's end under the terms most soldiers had originally signed, began collapsing well before their own formal expiration dates, desertion climbing sharply, and Thomas Paine, marching with the retreating column himself, composed the opening lines of the pamphlet this evening as already described. These are the times that try men's souls, in the genuine and immediate midst of watching an army that appeared, by every reasonable outside measure, to be on the verge of simply dissolving entirely, a collapse. The crossing at Trenton this evening is about to describe arrived only barely in time to reverse. A crossing made on a night too cold and too dark for the enemy to expect it, and the small towns that followed. It is worth naming plainly exactly how desperate the American cause had become by the closing weeks of 1776, because Washington's army, having been driven out of New York entirely and pushed in a long, demoralizing retreat across New Jersey through the autumn months, had shrunk by December to barely 5,000 ragged, poorly supplied and increasingly demoralized men encamped on the Pennsylvania side of the Delaware River, a considerable number of enlistments due to expire entirely at the close of the year, and Thomas Paine himself marching with the retreating army, captured the mood of that same desperate winter in a new pamphlet published in December, opening with the now famous observation that these were the times that tried men's souls. A line composed, unlike a great many of the disputed battlefield phrases this evening has already asked you to hold carefully, in a document Paine genuinely wrote and published in exactly that form, and one Washington himself ordered read aloud to his own assembled troops in the days immediately before what came next. Consider, too, exactly what Washington actually decided to attempt with that same exhausted, dwindling army. Because rather than settling into winter quarters as both conventional military practice and his own army's genuinely desperate physical condition would have counselled, Washington planned a surprise crossing of the ice-choked Delaware River on the night of the 25th of December, 1776, intending to strike a garrison of roughly 1,500 Hessian soldiers, German troops hired by the British Crown to supplement its own regular forces stationed at Trenton, New Jersey, a plan built specifically around the assumption that no professional army would expect an attack launched on Christmas night in the middle of a genuine winter storm. an assumption that proved by every surviving account entirely correct. The crossing itself very nearly failed before it began, ice choking the river considerably more thickly than Washington's own scouts had anticipated, sleet and freezing rain soaking troops who had, in a great many documented cases, no proper winter coats or serviceable boots at all, and a second planned crossing further downriver meant to support the main assault, failing to materialise entirely when the officer commanding it judged the ice too dangerous to attempt, so that Washington's own main force crossed alone, hours behind schedule, and marched the final miles to Trenton through a storm that left a recorded 2 of his own soldiers dead of exposure before the battle itself had even begun. It is worth naming finally exactly how completely that same desperate gamble paid off, because Washington's force achieved a genuine and near-total surprise against the Hessian garrison at Trenton on the morning of the 26th of December, killing or capturing nearly the entire garrison at a cost of only a handful of American casualties, and followed that same victory barely a week later with a second successful engagement at Princeton, outmanoeuvring a pursuing British force under Lord Cornwallis and inflicting a further sharp defeat. 2 comparatively small battles by the standards of the larger war still to come, but ones that arrived at precisely the moment the American cause most needed proof that its own army could still win, restoring morale and, just as importantly, persuading a considerable number of soldiers whose enlistments had been on the verge of expiring to remain under arms for the campaign still to come, a psychological turning point. Several historians examining the entire war have argued mattered every bit as much to the Revolution's own eventual survival as any single larger battle fought in the years that followed. A capital captured, and a city that spent the following winter learning to live under someone else's flag. It is worth naming plainly exactly what happened to the seat of the American government itself across these same critical months, because General Howe, having abandoned any plan to support Burgoyne's own advance from Canada, landed his own army at the head of Chesapeake Bay in late August of 1777 and marched on Philadelphia directly, defeating Washington's own defending army at the Battle of Brandywine on the 11th of September, 1777, in the single largest battle, measured by the number of troops actually engaged, fought anywhere in North America across the whole of the war, a defeat that opened the road to Philadelphia and forced Congress itself to flee the city on short notice, relocating first to Lancaster and then, for the remainder of the occupation, to the considerably smaller town of York, Pennsylvania, so that the young United States spent the better part of a year governing itself, so far as it managed to govern itself at all, from a temporary courthouse in a town most of its own citizens had never heard of. Consider, too, the specific and genuinely daring attempt Washington made to reverse that same loss only weeks later, because he launched a complex 4-pronged night attack against the British garrison now occupying Germantown, just outside Philadelphia, on the 4th of October, 1777. A plan that began with real early success against a genuinely surprised British force before a thick early morning fog. The same kind of fog this evening has already described saving Washington's own army at Long Island the previous summer, working on this particular morning decisively against him instead, disoriented advancing American columns to the point that 2 separate American units, unable to see one another clearly through the mist and the gun smoke, began firing on each other by mistake, a confusion that turned what had briefly looked like a genuine American victory into a disorganized retreat, a battle Washington ultimately lost but that impressed European military observers watching from a considerable distance, with the sheer audacity of an army willing to attempt so complex a coordinated night assault against a professional occupying force at all, an audacity that reportedly weighed, alongside the more decisive news from Saratoga this evening is about to describe, in France's own eventual decision to formally recognise that the American cause was worth genuinely betting on. It is hard not to notice, finally, exactly what that same occupation actually meant for the ordinary residents of Philadelphia who remained in the city through the winter that followed, because a British-occupied Philadelphia became host, across that same winter, to a considerably more comfortable existence for British officers than for the city's own civilian population. Officers and their own loyalist hosts filling the city's ballrooms with entertainments even as the countryside surrounding it, foraged increasingly bare by both occupying and continental forces alike, left many ordinary residents genuinely and visibly hungry, a stark and rarely remembered contrast to the considerably more famous suffering this evening is about to describe unfolding at exactly the same moment barely 20 miles away among Washington's own encamped army. A battlefield loss that became, on paper in Paris, the war's actual turning point. It is worth naming plainly the specific campaign that finally persuaded a foreign power to formally join the American cause, because British strategy for 1777 called for a coordinated advance meant to seize control of the Hudson River Valley and cut New England off entirely from the remaining colonies. An ambitious plan built around three converging British forces, a main column under General John Burgoyne, advancing south from Canada, a smaller supporting force advancing east through the Mohawk Valley, and General Howe's own main army, then occupying New York, advancing north to meet them, a plan that collapsed almost entirely because Howe, choosing instead to launch a separate campaign to capture the American capital at Philadelphia, never actually advanced north to link up with Burgoyne's own column at all, leaving Burgoyne to fight his way south through increasingly difficult wilderness terrain with steadily dwindling supplies and no reinforcement anywhere in sight. Consider too exactly how completely Burgoyne's own isolated campaign ended, because American forces under General Horatio Gates, considerably reinforced by militia converging from across New England and New York in response to the same kind of rapid alarm mobilization that had once answered the marches at Lexington and Concord, engaged Burgoyne's exhausted and outnumbered army in two sharp battles near Saratoga, New York, in September and October of 1777, and forced Burgoyne's entire remaining force, something in the range of 6,000 British and German troops, to formally surrender on the 17th of October, 1777, the single largest British surrender of the entire war up to that point, and one that eliminated in a single stroke an entire British field army. It is hard not to notice, finally, exactly what that same surrender actually achieved in a city several thousand miles away, because news of the Saratoga victory reached Paris in early December of 1777, where Benjamin Franklin had been serving since late 1776 as the American cause's chief diplomatic representative to the court of King Louis XVI, quietly cultivating French sympathy and French covert financial and material assistance for over a year, while the French crown, still wary of formally committing itself to what might yet prove a losing rebellion against its own longtime rival, withheld any open alliance, and it was the concrete, unambiguous proof of American military capability the Saratoga surrender provided, evidence that the rebellion was not merely a doomed colonial uprising, but a genuinely viable war against Britain that French support might actually help win, that finally persuaded the French government to move from covert assistance to open formal alliance, signing, in February of 1778, a treaty of alliance and a treaty of amity and commerce that committed France to full military and naval support of the American cause, and that transformed what had, until that moment, been a colonial rebellion into a genuinely global war stretching from the Caribbean to India, a transformation that arrived, considered honestly, less because of anything decided on any American battlefield in isolation than because of exactly the kind of careful, patient, unglamorous diplomatic work this evening has already told you elsewhere tonight, mattered every bit as much to Germany's own industrial rise as any single furnace or factory. The same quiet, unglamorous documentary labour of treaties and ledgers this whole story keeps returning to beneath its own more dramatic battlefield surface. A winter camp where the army very nearly died of its own government's neglect before it died of anything the British ever did to it. It is worth pausing for just one unhurried moment inside the actual physical experience of the winter Washington's army spent encamped at Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, across 1777 and 1778, because the statistics this evening keeps returning to can flatten, without meaning to, exactly what that winter actually felt like to live through. Roughly 12,000 soldiers and a considerable number of women and children who had followed the army as camp followers arrived at Valley Forge in December of 1777 to find no adequate shelter waiting for them at all, and spent their own first weeks there building crude log huts by hand in bitter cold, a great many men working in threadbare summer uniforms and, by the honest and repeated testimony of officers who recorded it, in no shoes whatsoever, wrapping rags around their own bare and frequently bleeding feet for want of anything better, so that soldiers on sentry duty could reportedly be tracked in the snow by the trail of blood their own wrapped feet left behind them. Food arrived, when it arrived at all, in quantities and in quality considerably beneath what an army needed to survive a winter, let alone remain fit to fight the following spring, a failure driven not by any absolute shortage of food in the surrounding Pennsylvania countryside, which remained, by most contemporary accounts, reasonably well supplied, but by a genuinely broken wartime supply and transportation system, farmers frequently preferring to sell their own produce to British forces occupying nearby Philadelphia for hard currency rather than accept the increasingly worthless Continental paper this evening, as already described, collapsing, and a quartermaster corps too poorly organised and too poorly funded to move what supplies it did manage to secure to the camp in any reliable or timely way. Consider, too, exactly what this same combination of cold, hunger and inadequate clothing actually did to the men living through it, because something in the range of 2,000 soldiers, close to 1 in every 6 men in camp there, died at Valley Forge across that single winter, not from any battle but from typhus, dysentery, pneumonia, and outright malnutrition, a death toll that fell with particular severity in the camp's earliest and worst supplied weeks, before conditions gradually unevenly improved, and it is worth naming too that Martha Washington herself travelled to the camp that same winter to be with her own husband, as she did in nearly every winter of the war, and spent a considerable portion of her own time there, organising other officers' wives in sewing and mending clothing and in nursing the sick. A quieter and considerably less celebrated form of wartime service than any battlefield this evening has described, but one that mattered, in a very literal sense, to how many of the men in camp there actually survived to see the spring. It is hard not to notice, finally, exactly what that same army looked like by the time spring finally arrived, because the same brutal winter that had very nearly destroyed the Continental Army, through simple neglect also produced, through the training the Prussian officer this evening is about to properly introduce, imposed across those same months, an army that marched out of Valley Forge in June of 1778, considerably better drilled, considerably better disciplined, and considerably more capable of meeting British regulars in open conventional battle than the army that had straggled into camp the previous December, so that Valley Forge, remembered in later American memory chiefly as a monument to suffering, deserves to be remembered, in equal measure, as the specific place and the specific winter where the Continental Army actually finished becoming an army in the fullest professional sense of the word. A rumour of a plot to replace Washington that mostly existed, once historians actually went looking for it, in the anxious letters of the men who feared it most. It is worth naming too the specific episode of internal political intrigue that unsettled the Continental Army's own senior leadership across this same Valley Forge winter, because a number of Washington's own critics in Congress and in the army itself, genuinely alarmed by a string of battlefield setbacks around Philadelphia, set directly against the dramatic victory Horatio Gates had just won at Saratoga, began circulating private letters questioning whether Washington remained the right man to lead the Continental Army at all. Correspondence that came to centre on a French-born general named Thomas Conway, whose own sharply critical letter about Washington's leadership, once it reached Washington's own attention through an indiscreet intermediary, produced a genuine political firestorm that later historians came to call the Conway Cabal, though the label itself somewhat overstates what the surviving evidence actually supports, because no organised conspiracy to formally remove Washington from command ever seems to have actually existed in any coordinated, deliberate sense, the affair amounting, on the fullest honest reading of the surviving letters, to a loose and largely uncoordinated cluster of private grumbling that Washington's own considerable political skill and the outpouring of public support several state legislatures and a great many of his own officers offered him once the affair became known, was able to diffuse within a matter of months. Conway himself eventually resigning his own commission, and after being seriously wounded in an unrelated duel defending his own reputation, writing Washington a private letter of apology before departing America for good, a small, human episode this evening would ask you to hold as one further reminder that the Unity later commemorative painting projects backward onto this whole revolutionary leadership was, in the actual moment, never quite as complete or as untroubled as it looks from 2.5 centuries distance. A battle fought in genuinely dangerous heat, a general nearly court-martialed for retreating, and a legend of a woman at a cannon born in part on that same field. It is worth naming plainly the specific engagement that marked the Continental Army's own first real test of the discipline von Steuben had spent that same brutal winter drilling into it, because when British forces under General Henry Clinton, who had replaced Howe as overall British commander that same spring, abandoned Philadelphia in June of 1778 and began marching the long, exposed overland route back toward New York, Washington pursued and engaged the retreating British column at Monmouth Courthouse, New Jersey, on the 28th of June, 1778, in temperatures that surviving accounts describe as brutally, dangerously hot, several soldiers on both sides collapsing, and in a considerable number of documented cases dying from heat stroke alone before a single shot was fired at them. Consider too the specific controversy the battle's own opening hours produced, because General Charles Lee, commanding the initial American advance, ordered a confusing and largely unexplained retreat almost as soon as his own forces made contact with the British rear guard, a retreat that very nearly turned into a rout before Washington himself rode forward, discovered his own advance force falling back in disorder, and personally rallied the retreating troops, reportedly confronting Lee directly and in language considerably sharper than Washington's own carefully cultivated public reserve generally permitted before reorganising the army's own lines and fighting the British to a standstill for the remainder of the day, a performance that considerably enhanced Washington's own reputation among his officers, and that ended for Lee himself in a court-martial and a formal suspension from the army entirely. It was on this same brutally hot battlefield, by the most persistent local tradition, that a woman identified in various surviving accounts as Mary Ludwig Hayes, married to a Continental artilleryman, carried water to exhausted gun crews throughout the battle, and, when her own husband collapsed from the heat beside his own cannon, is said to have stepped in and helped serve the gun herself. One of the several separate wartime accounts historians believe were later woven together, as this evening has already described, into the single composite legend of Molly Pitcher, a legend whose own precise details remain genuinely uncertain, but whose underlying reality, women performing real and dangerous battlefield labour under fire, this evening would once again ask you to trust even where the specific heroic tableau built around it cannot be verified in every particular. A war that reached the Caribbean, the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, and that Britain fought for a time very nearly alone against the whole of Europe at once. It is worth naming plainly exactly how far beyond the 13 colonies this same conflict actually spread, once France and then Spain, and eventually the Dutch Republic had all entered it against Britain, because French and British fleets fought a running series of naval engagements across the Caribbean for control of the enormously lucrative Sugar Islands, France capturing the British island of Dominica in 1778 and, in a campaign considerably more consequential to the war's own final outcome than its own distance from the mainland fighting might suggest, forcing the British Caribbean fleet under Admiral George Rodney to spend resources and attention in those same waters that might otherwise have reinforced the very naval effort this evening has already described struggling to relieve Cornwallis at Yorktown. Consider too the single longest siege in the whole of British military history, because Spanish and French forces besieged the British fortress of Gibraltar, at the southern tip of the Iberian Peninsula, for nearly 4 continuous years, from June of 1779 to February of 1783, an enormous and enormously expensive commitment of Spanish and French resources that, whatever its own ultimate failure to actually capture the fortress, tied down a considerable share of both nations' own naval and military strength for the better part of the entire American war. And it is worth naming too that a French naval squadron, under Admiral Pierre-André de Suffren, fought a hard contested series of engagements against a British fleet in the waters off India across 1782 and 1783. A theatre of the very same war fought thousands of miles from Yorktown and from Lexington alike. A reminder this evening would ask you to hold plainly that what a great many Americans still remember, chiefly as their own national war of independence, was, from London's own vantage point at the time, one theatre however important, inside a considerably larger global war Britain found itself fighting, for the first time in living memory, without a single major European ally standing beside it. An old man's diplomacy in silk and fur, and the volunteers who crossed an ocean for a cause that was not, strictly speaking, their own. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely distinctive figure Franklin cut at the French court during these same critical months, because Franklin, already in his 70s, and already one of the most famous natural philosophers in the whole of Europe, thanks to his own earlier experiments with electricity, deliberately cultivated during his years in Paris a carefully constructed public image of homespun American simplicity, favouring plain brown suits and a distinctive fur cap over the elaborate powdered wigs and silk finery. French court fashion generally demanded a calculated performance of republican virtue that made him, within months of his arrival, a genuine celebrity throughout French high society, his own image reproduced on medallions, snuff boxes and prints sold throughout Paris. And it's worth naming honestly that this same carefully cultivated charm and celebrity, however calculated, proved every bit as genuinely useful to the American cause as any formal diplomatic argument Franklin advanced across his own considerable years at the French court. Because a French public and a French aristocracy genuinely charmed by Franklin's own carefully constructed persona proved considerably more receptive to the formal alliance his government was at the very same time working to negotiate through more conventional diplomatic channels. Consider too the specific individual volunteers who crossed the Atlantic in these same years to serve a cause that was not in any immediate national sense their own, because a young French aristocrat named the Marquis de Lafayette, only 19 years old and already independently wealthy, defied his own king's explicit order, forbidding French officers from serving in America, and sailed for the colonies at his own personal expense in 1777, offering his own services to Washington, without pay, and rising over the following years to become one of Washington's own most trusted subordinate commanders and something genuinely close to a surrogate son, while a Prussian officer named Friedrich Wilhelm von Steuben, arriving at Valley Forge in the winter of 1777 with credentials somewhat more impressively embellished than his own actual military record entirely justified, nonetheless proved himself, in practice, an extraordinarily effective drill master, spending that same brutal winter personally training the Continental Army in the standardized European tactics, the disciplined maneuver and coordinated volley fire that would allow American troops to meet British regulars on considerably more even terms in the campaign still to come, and a Polish military engineer named Tadeusz Kosciuszko, who designed the fortifications at Saratoga that had helped make Burgoyne's own defeat there possible, and would go on to design the fortifications at West Point as well, before returning to his own homeland to lead, with rather less success, an uprising of his own against foreign partition there. A war fought at sea too by a navy that barely existed, and a captain who refused on principle to accept that his own ship was already lost. It is worth naming plainly exactly how badly outmatched the American cause was on the water throughout nearly the whole of this conflict, because the Continental Navy Congress authorized in the autumn of 1775 never grew, at its own largest wartime extent, to more than a few dozen vessels facing a Royal Navy that counted its own warships in the hundreds, and the young American naval effort depended considerably more than its own small official fleet on privateers, privately owned and privately armed merchant vessels operating under letters of marque that authorized their captains to seize British shipping for private profit. Something in the range of 1,800 separate privateering vessels receiving commissions across the whole of the war, a force that captured or destroyed several thousand British merchant ships and inflicted, on British maritime insurance rates and British merchant confidence alike, a genuine and continuing economic pressure considerably out of proportion to the size of the ships actually doing the damage. Consider too the single naval engagement that did more than any other to give the young American cause a genuine hero of the sea, because a Scottish-born captain named John Paul Jones, commanding an aging converted merchant vessel he had renamed the Bonhomme Richard in tribute to Franklin's own popular almanac, engaged a considerably newer and considerably better armed British frigate called the Serapis off the coast of England itself in September of 1779, a battle fought at such close range that the two ships became physically entangled with one another for hours, while their own crews exchanged fire virtually muzzle to muzzle, and when the British captain, watching Jones's own vessel take on water and catch fire in several places, called across to ask whether Jones intended to strike his colours and surrender, Jones is remembered, in an exchange that reached print only some years afterward, and that historians treat with the same careful caution, this evening has already asked you to extend to several other celebrated battlefield lines, as having replied that he had not yet begun to fight, a reply that may not survive in precisely that wording, but that captures, with real accuracy, exactly what Jones actually did next, fighting on until the Serapis itself finally surrendered, even as his own ship, the Bonhomme Richard, sank beneath him roughly 36 hours later, a battle won not by the stronger vessel but by the captain, who simply refused to concede that his own considerably weaker one had already lost. A war Spain fought against Britain without ever formally allying itself with the Americans at all. It is worth naming plainly a considerably less remembered ally whose own contribution to the war's eventual outcome deserves considerably more attention than American popular memory generally gives it, because Spain, still ruled by the same Bourbon dynasty that governed France and sharing, with France, a genuine strategic interest in weakening British global power, declared its own war on Britain in June of 1779, not as a formal ally of the United States, whose own republican principles the Spanish crown regarded with real and considerable suspicion, given its own vast neighbouring empire of colonial subjects, but as a co-belligerent pursuing Spain's own separate territorial and strategic objectives against a shared British enemy. Consider, too, exactly what the young governor of Spanish Louisiana actually accomplished with that same declaration of war, because Bernardo de Galvez, only in his early 30s when Spain entered the conflict, organised and personally led a series of remarkably successful military campaigns along the Gulf Coast, capturing British-held Baton Rouge and Natchez in 1779, Mobile in 1780, and finally, after a gruelling siege lasting through the early months of 1781, the considerably larger and considerably better defended British stronghold at Pensacola, campaigns that secured the entire Gulf Coast for Spain, denied Britain a potential base from which to threaten the rebellious colonies from the south and west, and tied down British resources that might otherwise have reinforced the very campaigns this evening has already described unfolding further north and east. A contribution the city of Galveston, Texas, still carries Galvez's own name in quiet, lasting tribute to today. A campaign fought for a river valley most of the war's own official history barely mentions at all. It is worth naming, too, exactly what happened on the considerably more remote western frontier of the war, in the Illinois country and the Ohio River Valley, far beyond the settled coastal colonies. This evening has spent most of its own attention describing, because a young Virginia militia officer named George Rogers Clark, convinced that British-supplied raids launched against Kentucky settlers from British forts in the Illinois country posed a genuine and continuing threat to the whole of the frontier, persuaded Virginia's own government to fund a small expedition, barely a few hundred men, that marched west across 1778 and 1779 and captured the British posts at Kaskaskia and Vincennes through a combination of genuine daring and considerable bluff, Clark's own small force wading the final approach to Vincennes through flooded, freezing February wetlands, and then, in a deliberate piece of theatre meant to convince the British garrison it faced a considerably larger army than it actually did, marching the same small company back and forth across a visible ridge under multiple flags to inflate its own apparent numbers before the British commander, genuinely deceived, agreed to surrender the fort outright. Clark's own campaign, modest in scale beside the larger armies fighting further east, nonetheless secured a claim to the Illinois country that American negotiators would use only a few years later at the Paris peace talks to argue for the western boundary at the Mississippi River this evening, has already described the treaty ultimately granting one further piece of quiet, unglamorous frontier fighting that shaped the map of the eventual peace considerably more than its own small scale might otherwise suggest. A war that was never only fought between redcoats and bluecoats. It is worth naming plainly exactly how completely this entire conflict also reshaped the lives and the fortunes of the native nations, whose own territory a great many of its battles were actually fought across, because the Iroquois Confederacy, a political union of 6 distinct nations, the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, Seneca, and Tuscarora, that had maintained a genuinely sophisticated diplomatic and military balance of power across the whole of the northeastern frontier for well over a century, found itself split, for the first time in its own long history, directly down the middle by the outbreak of a war between 2 rival European powers neither side of the Confederacy had chosen to fight, with the Oneida and a portion of the Tuscarora ultimately allying with the American cause, while the Mohawk, Seneca, Cayuga, and Onondaga sided in overwhelming majority with the British Crown, whose own long-standing treaty obligations and considerably more restrained approach to westward settlement a great many Iroquois leaders judged, with real justification given everything the proclamation line's own subsequent collapse had already demonstrated, considerably more trustworthy than any promise an independent American government was likely to keep. Consider, too, exactly what this same split actually cost the Confederacy in practice, because the frontier war fought across New York's own Mohawk Valley and the Pennsylvania borderlands between 1777 and 1779 produced some of the single most brutal fighting of the entire war, raids and counter-raids that burned native and settler villages alike, with a thoroughness the larger set-piece battles fought further east rarely matched, and it is worth naming plainly two of the specific engagements that came to stand in the memory of the settlers who survived them for the whole of that same brutal frontier conflict, the Wyoming Valley Raid in Pennsylvania in July of 1778, and the Cherry Valley Raid in New York that same November, both of them attacks by combined British loyalist and native forces on frontier settlements that killed a considerable number of civilians alongside the militia defenders, and both of them, in the immediate aftermath, described in colonial newspapers with a degree of lurid exaggeration that inflated the actual civilian death toll well beyond what later, more careful historical investigation has actually been able to confirm, inflammatory reporting that nonetheless did real and lasting work shaping the harsh and explicitly punitive character of the Sullivan expedition this evening, is about to describe Washington ordering in direct response only months later, culminating in 1779 in what came to be called the Sullivan Expedition, a major American military campaign explicitly ordered by Washington himself, not merely to defeat the British allied Iroquois nations militarily, but to destroy systematically and comprehensively the physical foundation of their own society. American forces burning something in the range of 40 Iroquois towns, along with the surrounding orchards and cornfields that fed them. A scorched earth campaign that left thousands of Iroquois refugees, including a great many from the Confederacy's own American allied Oneida and Tuscarora nations, who had suffered exactly the same destruction from vengeful pro-British raiders, facing a brutal winter with no food stores and no homes left standing at all, a campaign whose own human cost this evening would ask you to weigh honestly against the considerably shorter and considerably more celebrated list of battles. The war's more familiar retelling generally prefers to dwell on instead. It is worth remembering too that the Confederacy itself, that same intricate diplomatic union that had balanced British, French and colonial power against one another for generations, never fully recovered from this same wartime split. Its own council fire, the ceremonial symbol of Iroquois political unity, formally extinguished during the war years in recognition of a division the war itself had made, for the first time in the Confederacy's history, genuinely irreparable, and the peace that finally ended the war between Britain and the United States in 1783, negotiated entirely between those two parties, without a single Iroquois or other native representative present at the table, ceded vast stretches of territory the departing British Crown had never actually possessed the sole right to give away in the first place. A betrayal this evening's own later hours are going to return to directly. A promise of freedom offered by the side that still believed in slavery everywhere else. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely consequential proclamation the last royal governor of Virginia issued in November of 1775, because Lord Dunmore, fighting to hold his own crumbling royal authority against a colony rapidly slipping into open rebellion, declared that any enslaved person owned by a rebel Virginia master who successfully escaped to British lines and joined the British military effort would be granted their own freedom, an offer that several thousand enslaved Virginians and eventually enslaved people from across a great many of the rebelling colonies risked their own lives attempting to reach, forming among those who successfully escaped and joined Dunmore's own forces, a unit that came to be called the Ethiopian Regiment. Men who fought, and in a great many documented cases died wearing sashes stitched with the words "Liberty to Slaves." A genuinely striking irony this evening would ask you to sit with directly, because the promise of individual freedom came, in this specific instance, not from the side proclaiming universal human equality in Philadelphia, but from an empire that continued, at the very same moment, to permit and to profit from slavery throughout the whole of its own considerably larger Caribbean and North American colonial holdings. A promise of tactical convenience rather than any genuine imperial commitment to abolition, but one that nonetheless offered several thousand real individual human beings the single, most concrete chance at freedom either side of this entire war actually extended to them. Consider, too, exactly how the American side responded to this same competing offer, because George Washington, who had initially resisted allowing free black men to enlist in the Continental Army at all, reversed that same policy within months, driven considerably less by any principled reconsideration of slavery itself than by the plain and pressing fear that Dunmore's proclamation would otherwise drain a real and valuable pool of manpower toward the British side, and roughly 5,000 black soldiers, both free men and, in a considerable number of documented cases, enslaved men promised freedom by their own individual masters in exchange for military service, went on to serve in the Continental Army and in various state militias across the whole of the war, including an entire regiment raised in Rhode Island in 1778, composed substantially of formerly enslaved men who'd been granted freedom specifically in exchange for enlistment, a unit that fought with genuine distinction across several of the war's later campaigns. It is hard not to notice, finally, exactly how unevenly the promises made to these same black soldiers on both sides of the conflict were actually honoured once the fighting itself finally stopped, because a considerable number of enslaved men who had fought for the American cause on the strength of an individual master's personal promise of freedom found that promise quietly, and in a great many cases permanently unhonoured once the war ended and the immediate military necessity for their service had passed, while on the British side the evacuation of British forces from New York City in 1783 included the formal transportation of roughly 3,000 black loyalists, men, women and children who had escaped to British lines across the whole course of the war to freedom in Nova Scotia, a genuine if imperfect fulfilment of at least a portion of the promise Dunmore had first extended, documented meticulously in a British ledger that came to be called the Book of Negroes, a document this evening's own later hours on Sources and Archives is going to return to directly, because it stands today as one of the single most important surviving records of thousands of individual black lives that the rest of this war's own official documentation focused overwhelmingly on the movements of white officers and white statesmen, otherwise very nearly erased. A currency that became, within its own lifetime, a byword for something worth nothing at all. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely severe economic crisis the war produced on the home front, because the Continental Congress, possessing no independent power to levy taxes of its own and dependent entirely on individual state legislatures for whatever revenue it actually managed to collect, financed the overwhelming majority of the war's enormous expense by simply printing paper money, issuing something in the range of $200 million in what came to be called continental currency across the course of the war, notes backed by no gold or silver reserve whatsoever, and by nothing more than Congress's own promise, considerably less than fully credible given the young government's own precarious finances, that the notes would eventually be redeemed at face value once the war was won, a promise that a rapidly worsening wartime inflation made increasingly difficult for anyone actually holding the currency to believe. Consider too exactly how severe that same inflation actually became by the closing years of the war, because continental currency, already trading at a considerable discount against hard specie by 1777, collapsed by 1781 to something in the range of 1/40th, and in some regional markets considerably less than that, of its own original face value, producing a genuine wartime economic catastrophe for ordinary American households paid in a currency that lost real purchasing power on almost a daily basis, farmers and merchants increasingly refusing to accept the notes at anything resembling their stated value at all, and the phrase "not worth a continental" entering the American language during these same years as a lasting shorthand for something of no real value whatsoever, a phrase that would go on to outlive, by a very considerable margin, the actual currency that first produced it. It is worth naming too that this same currency collapse fell with particular and genuinely documented severity on Continental Army soldiers themselves, paid, when they were paid at all, in a currency increasingly worthless by the time it actually reached their own hands, a grievance that fed directly into the mutinies of the Pennsylvania and New Jersey lines in 1781, when several thousand unpaid, poorly supplied Continental soldiers marched in open, armed protest against their own government, a crisis Congress resolved only through a combination of genuine concession on back pay and, in the case of the New Jersey Mutiny specifically, the execution of 2 ringleaders ordered carried out by their own fellow soldiers as a deliberately harsh warning against any further such protest. A home front where a farmer selling flour to the highest bidder looked, to his own hungry neighbours, considerably less like a patriot than a profiteer. It is worth naming plainly exactly how bitterly this same wartime inflation and wartime scarcity divided ordinary American communities against one another, even as they were, in theory, united against a common British enemy, because merchants and farmers holding scarce goods, flour and salt and cloth chief among them, faced a genuine and continuing temptation to sell to whichever buyer, British occupier or American army or ordinary civilian, offered the highest price in the hardest currency, a temptation a considerable number of documented individuals across every one of the 13 states gave in to, provoking in return real and organised popular anger, mobs in Philadelphia and Boston, and a great many smaller towns, besides seizing hoarded goods by force and selling them at what crowds themselves judged a fair price, a practice contemporaries called a fair price action, and several state legislatures, responding to the same pressure through more formal channels, attempting, with only limited and short-lived success, to impose direct legal price controls on flour, wheat, and other essential goods across the war's middle years. Consider too that this same tension carried a genuine class dimension. A great many later, more triumphant tellings of the Revolution have preferred to smooth over, because the war's heaviest burdens, military service itself chief among them, fell disproportionately on poorer colonists who could not afford to pay the exemption fees, or hire the substitutes that a considerable number of wealthier colonists used to avoid extended military service altogether, a legal practice available in several states that meant the Continental Army's own enlisted ranks, by the middle years of the war, were increasingly filled with the poor, the landless, indentured servants nearing the end of their own terms, and recent immigrants, men with considerably less capital and considerably less choice in the matter than the merchants and planters whose own names fill the founding documents this whole story keeps returning to. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely consequential role a small number of individual financiers played in simply keeping the war's own finances from collapsing entirely, because a Philadelphia merchant named Robert Morris, appointed Superintendent of Finance by Congress in 1781 specifically, because the Confederation's own official finances had grown so genuinely desperate, used his own personal credit and his own personal fortune, repeatedly and at real risk to himself, to guarantee loans and secure supplies the government's own collapsing currency could no longer reliably purchase, work that earned him, by the war's own end, the title the financier of the revolution, and a Jewish immigrant broker named Haim Salomon, who had fled religious and political persecution in Poland and been imprisoned by the British as a suspected spy earlier in the war, went on to personally broker a considerable share of the loans and the currency exchanges that kept both Morris's own office and a great many individual American officers, Washington's own future Secretary of the Treasury Alexander Hamilton, and future President James Madison among them, personally solvent enough to continue serving through the war's most financially desperate final years, extending credit, by his own later accounting, that was in a great many documented cases never fully repaid. A muster roll that read considerably less like a single nation's army than a small improvised gathering of half of Europe's own displaced and disaffected. It is worth naming, too, exactly how ethnically and religiously varied the Continental Army's own actual ranks really were. Considerably more so than the largely homogeneous image later commemorative art generally settled on. Because German-American colonists, whose own ancestors had settled Pennsylvania and the Shenandoah Valley in considerable numbers across the preceding century, filled entire continental regiments, including a specifically designated German battalion raised in 1776, and found themselves, in a genuinely strange historical irony, fighting directly against the Hessian troops Britain had hired from various German principalities, soldiers who in a great many cases spoke close variants of the very same language, and in a considerable number of documented instances turned out, once captured, to have distant relatives already settled in the very Pennsylvania countryside where they were being held as prisoners of war, a kinship that led a genuinely notable number of captured Hessians, offered land and the promise of a new life once the fighting ended, to desert their own British service permanently and settle in America rather than return home once exchanged. Consider too that Irish immigrants, a great many of them fleeing considerable economic hardship and religious discrimination under British rule in Ireland itself, enlisted in the Continental Army in numbers historians estimate may have made up close to a full quarter of Washington's own forces at various points in the war, bringing with them a personal and often deeply felt grievance against British rule that predated the colonial tax disputes by generations, and that Catholic soldiers, still facing real legal discrimination in several of the very colonies whose own independence they were fighting to secure, and Jewish soldiers and financiers, Haim Salomon this evening has already named chief among them, served and financed a cause whose own founding language of equal rights did not, in the actual laws of a great many individual states, yet fully extend to either of their own communities either. A diversity this evening would ask you to add to the considerably longer and more complicated portrait of who this revolution's own soldiers actually were than any single national myth has ever quite managed to hold at once. A war fought as much in the South, in blood a great deal of the country's own later memory never fully counted. It is worth naming plainly exactly how completely the war's own strategic centre of gravity shifted southward across its final years, because after the northern campaigns had settled into a prolonged and largely inconclusive standoff around New York City, by 1778, British strategy turned decisively toward the southern colonies, where royal commanders believed, with at least partial justification, that loyalist sentiment ran considerably stronger, and that a successful southern campaign might roll northward, colony by colony, reclaiming the rebellion one region at a time, a strategy that began with genuine and considerable British success, the fall of Savannah in 1778, followed by the capture of Charleston in May of 1780, the single largest American surrender of the entire war, delivering an entire Continental Army garrison of over 5,000 men into British captivity in one stroke, and compounded further by a crushing American defeat at Camden, South Carolina, in August of that same year, where General Gates, the same officer who'd presided over the American triumph at Saratoga 3 years earlier, suffered one of the single most complete and most humiliating defeats any American commander experienced across the whole of the war. It is worth naming plainly exactly how that same fall of Charleston actually unfolded, because British forces under General Clinton besieged the city for over a month across the spring of 1780, methodically cutting off every avenue of escape or resupply before American General Benjamin Lincoln, his own garrison trapped, outnumbered, and increasingly short of food, finally surrendered the city and its entire defending force, something in the range of 5,500 Continental and militia soldiers, along with a considerable quantity of artillery and naval vessels, on the 12th of May, 1780, a defeat that briefly left the entire state of South Carolina without any organised Continental Army presence at all, and that a number of contemporary British officers writing home in the immediate aftermath genuinely believed had effectively ended American resistance in the whole of the South. A confidence the partisan warfare this evening is about to describe would prove, within a matter of months, to have been considerably premature. Consider too exactly how brutal and exactly how personal the fighting across the southern backcountry actually became during these same years, because the southern campaign, considerably more than the fighting further north, frequently pitted American loyalist militia directly against American patriot militia in a conflict that took on, in a great many documented districts, the genuine character of a civil war fought between neighbours rather than a conventional contest between two national armies. A brutality this evening would ask you to sit with honestly, because the partisan warfare waged by guerrilla commanders like Francis Marion, nicknamed the Swamp Fox for his own ability to strike British and Loyalist positions from the cover of coastal swampland and vanish before any effective pursuit could be organised, and Thomas Sumter produced a running, irregular conflict of ambush and reprisal that left the southern backcountry scarred by atrocity on both sides, in a manner the war's more conventional northern battles, for all their own considerable bloodshed, rarely matched in quite the same intimate and neighbour-against-neighbour way. It is hard not to notice, finally, exactly how this same southern campaign began, slowly and unevenly, to turn back in the American favour, because a decisive American victory at the Battle of Kings Mountain in October of 1780, fought entirely between American Loyalist and American Patriot militia forces, with not a single British regular soldier present on either side, eliminated an entire Loyalist force and demonstrated the genuine depth of Patriot support, even in territory British commanders had confidently claimed as secure, and a further sharp American tactical victory at the Battle of Cowpens in January of 1781, where American General Daniel Morgan executed a deliberately unconventional double envelopment manoeuvre that virtually destroyed an elite British force under the aggressive and considerably feared cavalry commander Banastra Tarleton, combined, across the following months, with a costly but strategically significant American stand at Guilford Courthouse in March of 1781, to leave the southern British Army under Lord Cornwallis considerably weakened and increasingly isolated, setting the stage in ways none of the individual commanders involved could yet fully appreciate for the campaign that would finally end the war outright. A general who understood considerably better than the men he replaced that an army could win a war by losing most of its own battles. It is worth naming plainly the specific American commander whose own patient strategic judgment finally turned this southern campaign decisively around, because Congress, in the aftermath of Gates's own catastrophic defeat at Camden this evening has already described, replaced him with Nathaniel Greene, a Rhode Island Quaker turned self-taught soldier whom Washington himself regarded as among the most capable officers in the entire Continental Army. And Greene, taking command of a southern force too small and too poorly supplied to risk a single decisive war-ending battle against Cornwallis's own larger and better equipped army, adopted instead a deliberate strategy of calculated retreat and selective engagement, famously observing, in a private letter that captures the whole of his own strategic philosophy in a single line, that he would fight, retreat, and fight again, losing individual battles by design if doing so meant wearing down an enemy army that, unlike his own, had no ready source of reinforcement so far from home. Consider, too, exactly how this same strategy actually played out at Guildford Courthouse, because although Cornwallis's own British force technically held the field, once the fighting there finally ended in March of 1781, the casualties his own army suffered, achieving that same narrow tactical victory, was severe enough that a sympathetic member of the British Parliament, reviewing the battle's own casualty reports, remarked that another such victory would utterly ruin the British Army in America, a judgment that proved within months to be considerably more accurate than Cornwallis's own official victory dispatch ever allowed, because it was this same battered, bled-white army retreating from Greene's own patient war of attrition that Cornwallis marched north into Virginia and finally fortified at Yorktown, walking, without quite realizing it, directly into the trap this evening has already described closing around him there. A general's betrayal and the young officer who was caught carrying the letter that proved it. It is worth naming plainly one of the single most personally dramatic episodes of the entire war, because Benedict Arnold, a genuinely gifted and genuinely courageous American general, whose own early wartime record, including a serious battlefield wound suffered leading a decisive charge at Saratoga, had once made him one of the Continental Army's most celebrated officers, grew, across the years that followed, increasingly embittered by what he perceived as repeated slights to his own rank and reputation, from a Congress he believed had never adequately recognised his own considerable service, and by 1780, burdened further by mounting personal debts, and married to a young, loyalist sympathising wife in Philadelphia, opened a secret correspondence with British intelligence, ultimately negotiating, in exchange for a substantial cash payment and a commission as a British Brigadier General, to surrender the critically important American fortress at West Point, which he had specifically manoeuvred to have placed under his own command for precisely this purpose. Consider, too, exactly how this same plot actually unravelled, because the British officer coordinating the exchange, Major John Andre, was captured by American militia while attempting to return to British lines, carrying detailed plans of West Point's own fortifications hidden inside his own boot, a discovery that exposed Arnold's plot mere hours before it could be completed, and allowed Arnold himself, warned just in time, to escape to a British warship waiting in the Hudson River and complete his own defection, leaving Andre behind to face trial as a spy. And it is worth naming, honestly, that Andre's own trial and subsequent execution by hanging carried out despite considerable sympathy for him personally, even among the American officers who condemned him, including Washington himself, who by every surviving account regretted the necessity of the sentence even as he confirmed it, produced a genuinely painful contrast with Arnold's own fate, because the officer who had actually carried out the betrayal escaped entirely unpunished to a British military career and a British pension, while the younger officer who had merely served as his intermediary paid for that same betrayal with his own life, a asymmetry that left Arnold's own name rather than Andre's permanently synonymous in the American language ever since with the specific crime of treason. A young Frenchman given an army too small to defeat Cornwallis outright, and told simply to make sure Cornwallis could never quite catch him either. It is worth naming plainly the specific campaign that actually manoeuvred Cornwallis into the position this evening's own opening scene of this section has already described him occupying at Yorktown, because Washington dispatched Lafayette, the young French volunteer this evening has already introduced, to Virginia, in the spring of 1781 with a deliberately small force, far too small to risk a direct battle against Cornwallis's own considerably larger army, and Lafayette, only 23 years old, and commanding his own genuinely independent operation for the first time in the war, conducted a patient campaign of manoeuvre and avoidance across the Virginia countryside for months, shadowing Cornwallis's own movements, harassing his own supply lines, and consistently declining battle on any terms that did not favour him, reportedly remarking, with a confidence that turned out to be entirely justified, that although he was much inferior to Cornwallis in numbers, he was not the least afraid of him. A patient campaign of denial that gradually and deliberately herded Cornwallis's own army toward the Virginia coast and toward the fortified position at Yorktown that Cornwallis himself judged incorrectly would let him resupply and reinforce by sea whenever he actually needed to. A siege that ended, if a considerable body of later legend is to be believed, with a British military band playing a tune about the world being turned entirely upside down. It is worth naming, plainly, the campaign that finally and decisively ended the war's own major fighting, because Cornwallis, having marched his own weakened southern army north into Virginia across the summer of 1781, established a fortified base at the small tobacco port of Yorktown, positioned on a peninsula between the York and James rivers, specifically to allow easy resupply and, if necessary, evacuation by British naval forces controlling the surrounding waters, a plan that depended entirely on the Royal Navy's own continued command of those same waters, an assumption that a combination of careful Franco-American coordination and considerable good fortune was about to shatter completely. Consider too exactly how the combined French and American forces actually managed to trap Cornwallis in position, because Washington, coordinating closely with the French general the Comte de Rochambeau, whose own substantial French expeditionary force had arrived in Rhode Island the previous year, executed a rapid and carefully disguised march of the combined American and French armies from New York southward to Virginia across the late summer of 1781, a movement Washington took considerable pains to conceal from British commanders in New York for as long as possible through a deliberate campaign of false signals suggesting an imminent attack on New York City itself instead, while a French fleet under Admiral the Comte de Grasse, sailing north from the Caribbean, defeated a British relief fleet at the Battle of the Chesapeake in early September of 1781, sealing off Yorktown from any hope of naval rescue or resupply and leaving Cornwallis's entire army, now surrounded on land by a combined Franco-American force of roughly 19,000 troops, considerably outnumbering his own remaining garrison, with genuinely no viable path of escape at all. Consider too the specific and genuinely decisive role Washington's own former aide played in the siege's final assault, because Alexander Hamilton, who had served for years as one of Washington's own most trusted staff officers, before finally securing, over Washington's own initial reluctance to risk him, a field command of his own, led the successful American assault on one of the two key British defensive redoubts, Redoubt No. 10, in the night attack this evening is about to describe, personally leading his own troops over the fortification's own defensive works at real risk to his own life. A battlefield performance that considerably enhanced Hamilton's own standing among the Army's senior officers, and it is worth naming too that this same young officer, having watched first-hand across the whole of the war exactly how badly a weak central government hampered the Continental Army's own ability to fight it, would go on, within only a few years of Yorktown's own victory, to become one of the single most forceful voices arguing for the considerably stronger national government the Constitutional Convention this evening has already described eventually produced, a direct line running from the specific frustrations of an underfunded, undersupplied wartime army to the political philosophy of one of that same army's own most ambitious junior officers, It is hard not to notice finally exactly how the siege itself concluded, because after roughly 3 weeks of steadily tightening bombardment, including a decisive night assault on 2 key British defensive redoubts led jointly by French troops and by an American light infantry detachment under Lafayette's own command, Cornwallis, his own defences increasingly untenable, and a desperate last attempt to evacuate his own army across the York River, scattered by a sudden storm, formally surrendered his entire remaining force of over 7,000 men on the 19th of October, 1781. And while the popular tradition holding that the British military band played a tune called The World Turned Upside Down during the formal surrender ceremony rests on evidence considerably thinner than the story's own enduring popularity might suggest, no contemporary account definitively confirming either the tune's title or its actual performance that day, the phrase itself has nonetheless endured, for good reason, as a genuinely fitting description of what the surrender at Yorktown actually represented. The moment an empire that had, barely 2 decades earlier, stood as the single most powerful military and naval force in the entire world, was finally and unmistakably forced to concede that 13 of its own colonies, aided by an alliance system its own earlier imperial confidence had never seriously anticipated, had made continued war against them no longer worth its own considerable cost. The people the victorious army at Yorktown simply left behind on the field once the ceremony itself was over. It is worth naming, plainly, and without softening it, exactly what happened to a great many of the enslaved people who had escaped to British lines during the Yorktown campaign, hoping, as this evening has already described several thousand others hoping before them, to reach the freedom Dunmore's own earlier proclamation had promised, because the British army besieged at Yorktown had relied heavily, throughout the siege, on the labour of enslaved refugees to dig fortifications and perform camp labour, and as food supplies inside the besieged British lines ran critically short, and a smallpox outbreak spread through the crowded encampment in the siege's final weeks, British commanders, by the documented testimony of several officers on both sides, expelled a considerable number of these same refugees from the protection of their own lines. Rather than continue feeding people they no longer considered militarily useful, forcing men, women and children already weakened by hunger and by disease out into the no-man's land between the two armies, where a great many died of exposure, starvation, or smallpox in the days immediately surrounding the surrender this evening as just described, a specific and genuinely horrifying human cost that sits, uncounted in any formal casualty return on either side, directly beneath the siege's own celebrated ending, and one this evening would ask you to hold in the same breath as the surrender ceremony and its half-remembered tune, because a victory this decisively won still left, on the ground around it, exactly the kind of uncounted human suffering this whole night has kept insisting the official record was never built to properly hold, a mutiny that never quite happened, stopped by an old man reaching in front of his own officers for a pair of spectacles. It is worth naming plainly that Yorktown's own decisive surrender did not actually end the danger this revolution still faced from within its own ranks, because the formal peace negotiations in Paris dragged on for well over a year after Cornwallis's own surrender, and the Continental Army, still encamped and still largely unpaid, grew, across the winter of 1782 and the early months of 1783, genuinely and dangerously restless, a considerable number of its own officers convinced, with real justification, that a chronically underfunded Congress had no actual intention of ever honouring the pensions and the back pay it had spent years promising them, and a group of these same officers, gathered at the Army's winter encampment in Newburgh, New York, began circulating, in March of 1783, an anonymous letter proposing that the army refuse to disband, and quite possibly march on Congress itself, unless its own financial demands were finally met in full, a genuinely serious threat of a military coup against the civilian government the army had spent 8 years fighting to establish. Consider, too, exactly how Washington himself diffused that same crisis, because he called a meeting of his own assembled officers on the 15th of March, 1783, and addressed them directly, appealing to their own shared sacrifice and their own shared honour rather than issuing any direct order. And when he paused, partway through reading a supporting letter from a member of Congress, to retrieve a pair of reading glasses few of his own officers had ever seen him wear in public, he's remembered as having remarked quietly that he'd grown not only grey but nearly blind in his own country's service. A small, unplanned, and by every surviving account genuinely moving human gesture that reportedly reduced several hardened officers in the room to open tears and dissolved. In that single moment, whatever momentum the conspiracy had managed to gather, a mutiny stopped not by force or by threat, but by one tired, aging man asking his own officers plainly to remember what they had actually fought for. The dead the muster rolls never fully counted. It is worth pausing now, before this evening moves on to the piece that followed, on the considerably less celebrated ledger of loss the war actually produced, because the roughly 25,000 American deaths this whole conflict is generally estimated to have caused, a genuinely staggering toll for a free population of only around 2.5 million people, a proportional loss that, scaled to the size of the modern United States, would represent several million dead today, came overwhelmingly not from combat itself but from disease, a pattern true of nearly every 18th century war, but one that fell with particular severity on the crowded, poorly supplied camps of the Continental Army, where dysentery, typhus, and above all smallpox killed soldiers at a rate several times higher than British and American musket fire, combined managed to achieve across the whole of the war. Consider, too, the specific and genuinely horrific conditions endured by American prisoners of war held aboard British prison ships anchored in New York Harbour, because thousands of captured American soldiers and sailors, the exact total lost to incomplete record-keeping, but reasonably estimated at somewhere between 8,000 and 11,000 men, died aboard decommissioned British warships converted into floating prisons, the Jersey chief among them, vessels where prisoners were held in conditions of overcrowding, malnutrition and disease so severe that survivors' own later accounts describe bodies being rowed ashore and buried in shallow, unmarked graves along the Brooklyn shoreline on a near-daily basis. A death toll that alone very nearly equals the total number of American soldiers killed in combat across the entire war, and one that remained, for well over a century afterward, considerably less memorialized in American public memory than the far smaller number of soldiers who died in the war's more famous set-piece battles. Consider, too, the specific and largely accidental disaster that struck New York City itself only days after British forces occupied it in September of 1776, because a fire of uncertain origin, both sides accusing the other of deliberate arson, without either accusation ever being conclusively proven, broke out on the night of the 21st of September and burned for hours through the city's densely built wooden districts before finally being brought under control, destroying something in the range of 1/4 to 1/3 of the entire city's own buildings and leaving thousands of civilian residents in a city that would remain under British occupation for the rest of the war, homeless in the considerably reduced housing stock that remained, a civilian catastrophe that receives, in most popular retellings of this war, barely a passing mention beside the military campaigns fought around it, but that left ordinary New Yorkers, loyalist and patriot sympathizer alike, living through the whole of the following 7 years of occupation in a city that had, in a single night, lost a genuinely enormous share of its own housing. It is worth remembering, too, exactly how devastating a wider and largely unplanned epidemic proved across these same wartime years, because a major smallpox epidemic swept across a huge swath of North America between roughly 1775 and 1782, spread in considerable part by the very same wartime troop movements, refugee migrations, and disrupted trade routes the conflict itself produced, killing, by some historians' careful estimates, well over 100,000 people across the continent when Native American enslaved and civilian deaths are all properly included alongside military losses, a toll that dwarfs the war's own combat casualties several times over, and that fell with particularly devastating severity on native nations possessing no inherited immunity to the disease at all, a genuinely enormous human catastrophe unfolding largely in the margins of a war whose own official military histories, focused overwhelmingly on named battles and named commanders, have generally found very little room to properly record. A general who ordered his own entire army exposed deliberately to a disease that had already killed considerably more of his men than any British bullet had. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely consequential medical decision Washington made in response to the smallpox threat this evening has just described, because after watching the disease repeatedly cripple portions of his own army, and after losing an entire American invasion force to a devastating smallpox outbreak during a failed campaign against British-held Quebec in 1775 and 76, Washington ordered, in 1777, a comprehensive and at the time genuinely controversial program of mass inoculation for the entire Continental Army, using the considerably riskier predecessor to modern vaccination known as variolation, deliberately infecting healthy soldiers with a mild dose of the disease itself under controlled medical supervision in order to produce lasting immunity, a program that carried real risk, a small percentage of those inoculated dying from the deliberately administered infection itself, but that Washington judged, correctly, would save far more lives across the whole of the army than it cost, ordering the program conducted in careful secrecy, specifically so that British commanders would not learn that a large portion of the Continental Army was, for several dangerous weeks at a time, deliberately weakened by the very treatment meant to protect it, a decision several medical historians now credit as one of the first large-scale state-ordered public health interventions in American history, and one that, by measurably reducing smallpox's own toll on continental ranks across the remaining years of the war, may have done as much to keep Washington's own army functioning as any single battlefield victory this evening has already described. Ordinary voices the official record mostly left out, and the women who carried this war on their own backs as surely as any soldier carried a musket. It is worth naming, plainly, the specific and genuinely striking role women played across the whole of this conflict, in roles the official military record, concerned chiefly with the movements of named male officers, has generally preserved only in fragments, because thousands of women, generally the wives and daughters of enlisted soldiers with no other reliable means of support, once their own husbands and fathers marched off to war, followed the Continental Army as what contemporaries called camp followers, cooking, laundering, nursing the wounded, and in a considerable number of documented cases hauling water directly to artillery crews during active battle, a role that gave rise to the enduring legend of Molly Pitcher, a single, composite, heroic figure later popular memory would credit with personally manning an artillery piece after her own husband fell wounded beside it, a legend most historians now believe was assembled across the decades following the war out of the genuine and separately documented actions of several different women, Mary Ludwig Hayes Macaulay among the most commonly credited, rather than representing any single verified individual's own complete story, though the underlying reality the legend compressed, women performing genuinely dangerous battlefield labour throughout the war, rests on solid documentary ground, even where the specific composite heroine assembled from it does not. Consider, too, the considerably rarer but genuinely documented cases of women who served in disguise as enlisted soldiers themselves, because Deborah Sampson, a young Massachusetts woman, enlisted in the Continental Army in 1782 under the name Robert Shirtliff, binding her own chest and serving for over a year in a light infantry unit, fighting in several engagements and even, by her own later account, treating her own battlefield wound in secret rather than risk discovery by a military surgeon, before a serious illness finally exposed her true identity to an attending physician, and who successfully petitioned Congress decades later, with support from figures including Paul Revere personally, for a military pension recognising her own genuine wartime service, a petition Congress ultimately granted. A small but genuinely remarkable piece of formal recognition for a woman whose own actual battlefield service the official record would otherwise have entirely erased. Consider, too, exactly how young a considerable number of the soldiers standing in the Continental Army's own ranks actually were, because boys as young as 10 or 11 years old served, in real and documented numbers, as fifers and drummers, positions that carried no formal minimum age requirement, and that placed children directly on active battlefields, responsible for beating out the coded rhythms that transmitted battlefield orders across the noise and the smoke of an engagement in an era before any more reliable means of battlefield communication existed, a role several surviving pension applications and enlistment records confirm was filled in a considerable number of documented instances by boys who had lied about their own age or who had simply never been asked to prove it. A detail this evening would ask you to hold alongside the more familiar image of the Continental soldier as a grown man in order to remember that this war, like most wars before and since, drew in participants considerably younger than its own official narrative generally finds convenient to dwell on. Consider, too, the specific and genuinely large-scale fundraising campaign a group of Philadelphia women organised entirely on their own initiative in the summer of 1780, because Esther de Burt Reed, wife of Pennsylvania's own governor, published a broadside titled Sentiments of an American Woman Arguing, in language considerably more assertive than most public political writing by women of the period generally allowed itself, that women owed the same patriotic sacrifice to the cause as men, and organised, together with a network of other prominent Philadelphia women, a door-to-door fundraising drive that collected within a matter of weeks something in the range of $300,000 Continental dollars in small individual donations, money the organisers, at Washington's own specific request, used to purchase linen and to sew thousands of shirts for Continental soldiers, rather than distributing it as the direct cash bonus the women had originally proposed, a considerable and genuinely organised piece of home-front financial mobilisation that several other cities, Trenton and Philadelphia's own outlying counties chief among them, went on to imitate in smaller form across the war's remaining years, a form of political and financial organising that gave a great many women who possessed no vote and no formal office a real, measurable, and publicly credited hand in actually sustaining the army, fighting on their own behalf. Consider, too, the specific and genuinely remarkable case of an enslaved woman whose own words reached directly the general commanding the very army fighting the war around her. Because Phyllis Wheatley, brought to Boston as a child aboard a slave ship and enslaved in the household of a Boston merchant family, who nonetheless taught her to read and write and eventually helped publish her own poetry, had become, by the time of the Revolution, the first African-American and only the third woman in the American colonies ever to publish a book of poems, and wrote, in 1775, a poem addressed directly to George Washington, praising his own leadership of the newly formed Continental Army, a poem Washington received warmly enough that he invited her, in a personal letter of reply, to visit him at his own headquarters, a meeting that by most accounts actually took place in Cambridge in 1776, a genuinely striking encounter between the enslaved poet whose own published verse was, at the very same moment, sometimes cited by contemporary readers as evidence against the era's own prevailing racist assumptions about black intellectual capacity, and the enslaving general whose own army she'd chosen, despite her own personal bondage, to publicly celebrate. Consider, too, the specific woman whose own pen did more than almost any other to actually shape how this whole revolution would come to be written about at all, because Mercy Otis Warren, sister to one prominent Massachusetts patriot and wife to another, wrote a series of sharply satirical political plays through the 1770s, mocking royal officials and their own loyalist sympathisers, published anonymously since the theatre and formal political writing alike remained, by the strict social convention of the period, considered thoroughly improper occupations for a woman of her own social standing, and went on, decades after the war's own conclusion, to publish a comprehensive 3-volume history of the entire revolution, one of the very first substantial historical accounts of the war written by anyone who had actually lived through it, drawing on her own extensive personal correspondence with a great many of the era's leading political figures, John Adams among them, in a project that made her, however little later popular memory has chosen to credit her for it, one of the founding historians of the very story this evening has spent so many hours telling you. It is worth naming, too, the considerable body of ordinary correspondence this same war produced, soldiers' letters home describing cold and hunger and homesickness in terms considerably more mundane and considerably more human than the war's own grander political rhetoric ever managed. And it is worth remembering honestly that a great many of these same letters, preserved today chiefly in family archives and local historical societies, rather than in any single national collection, describe an army considerably less uniformly heroic than later commemorative painting would suggest, soldiers who deserted in real and documented numbers when pay failed to arrive, officers who complained bitterly in private correspondence about Congress's own chronic failure to adequately supply the army it had created, and a genuinely widespread, entirely understandable weariness with a war that, for the ordinary men actually fighting it, stretched on for the better part of a decade with no guarantee, until its very final years, that it would ever actually be won at all, both hands held open at once. Because even the man this whole story eventually made into a monument carried real and documented contradictions of his own. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely uncomfortable truth about the man who commanded the Continental Army through the whole of this long war, because George Washington was, for the entire course of his own adult life, an enslaver, holding well over 300 human beings in bondage at his own Mount Vernon plantation by the time of his death. A fact that sat by Washington's own private and increasingly documented later correspondence, in a genuine and evidently growing personal discomfort, he never once resolved through any public action taken during his own lifetime, freeing the enslaved people he personally owned only through a provision in his own will, to take effect only after his own wife Martha's eventual death as well, a gesture of considerably limited practical courage set against the considerably more immediate and considerably more meaningful freedom he could have granted at any point across his own long life, but chose, for reasons of personal finance and personal comfort, he was honest enough in private to at least partially acknowledge, not to extend. Consider, too, that this same contradiction sat alongside genuine and considerable personal growth across the whole span of Washington's own public life. Because the man who took command of the Continental Army in 1775 initially resisted, as this evening has already described, allowing free black men to enlist at all, only to reverse that policy under a wartime pressure and the same man who held hundreds of people in bondage nonetheless declined, at the war's own triumphant conclusion, an informal suggestion from several of his own officers that he accept a crown and rule as a monarch himself, choosing instead to resign his own military commission and return to private life at Mount Vernon. A voluntary surrender of power that genuinely stunned contemporary European observers, King George III himself reportedly remarking that if Washington actually did resign his command and return to his own farm, rather than seize permanent power, he would be the greatest man in the world. A judgment history has, on this specific and narrower point, generally chosen to agree with, even as it has grown across the centuries since, considerably more willing than earlier generations to hold that same genuine act of restraint alongside the considerably less admirable fact of the human beings Washington continued at the very same moment to hold in bondage, the Americans who lost this war, and the considerable price they paid for losing it. It is worth naming plainly exactly how many colonial Americans actually opposed independence altogether, because historians estimate that somewhere between 15 and 20% of the free colonial population, and by some more generous estimates closer to a full third when the genuinely undecided and the deliberately neutral are counted alongside the openly committed, remained loyal to the British Crown throughout the war, a population considerably larger and considerably more diverse than the founding mythology of a united, universally rebellious colonial population generally acknowledges, including a great many recent immigrants who felt little inherited grievance against a crown they had only just sworn loyalty to, a considerable number of Anglican clergy bound by their own religious oaths of loyalty to the king, and a great many ordinary colonists who simply judged, with real and often well-founded scepticism, that a rebellion against the most powerful military and naval empire on earth was more likely to end in catastrophe than in independence. Consider too exactly what these same loyalists actually suffered at Patriot hands across the course of the war, because loyalists throughout the 13 colonies faced, in a great many well-documented instances, mob violence, tarring and feathering, the forced confiscation of their own property by state governments that passed specific confiscation acts targeting loyalist land and assets, and in a considerable number of cases outright banishment from communities where their own families had lived for generations, a persecution that intensified considerably once war actually broke out, and that left, by the war's own conclusion, somewhere in the range of 60 to 80,000 loyalists choosing permanent exile rather than remaining in a new nation that had made abundantly clear it no longer wanted them, emigrating in considerable numbers to Canada, where their own arrival substantially shaped the subsequent development of English-speaking Ontario and the maritime provinces, to Britain itself, and to British territories in the Caribbean, a mass displacement proportional to the total colonial population that several historians have compared, in its own basic demographic shape, if not its own particular violence, to displacement crises considerably more familiar to modern readers. It is hard not to notice, finally, that the Treaty of Paris ending the war formally obligated the new United States to recommend that individual states restore confiscated loyalist property and cease further persecution, a provision the treaty's own American negotiators accepted chiefly to secure otherwise favourable peace terms, and that individual state legislatures, retaining full sovereign authority over their own internal property law under the loose Articles of Confederation then governing the new nation, felt entirely free to simply ignore, so that the considerable majority of confiscated loyalist property was never actually returned at all, a broken promise, made at the very moment of the new nation's own formal birth, that this evening would ask you to add to the growing ledger of bills this whole revolution left standing unpaid, a father and a son on opposite sides of the exact same argument, and a reconciliation that never actually came. It is worth naming plainly that this same loyalist divide reached directly into the household of the man, this evening has already spent a considerable amount of time describing as the American cause's most effective diplomat, because Benjamin Franklin's own son, William Franklin, served for over a decade as the last royal governor of colonial New Jersey and remained, across the whole of the coming war, a committed and outspoken loyalist, refusing every appeal his own famous father made to abandon his own royal commission and join the American cause, a refusal that led to William's own arrest by Patriot authorities in 1776 and his own subsequent imprisonment under genuinely harsh conditions for over 2 years before an eventual prisoner exchange freed him, after which he went on, from exile in British-occupied New York, to lead a loyalist paramilitary organisation that conducted raids against Patriot targets across New Jersey for the remainder of the war. Consider, too, exactly how completely this same political rupture ended the relationship between father and son, because Benjamin Franklin, upon finally securing peace in Paris in 1783, wrote to William with a bitterness he rarely allowed himself to express in his own considerable private correspondence, telling his own son plainly that no pain a person had ever caused him compared to finding himself deserted, in his own old age, by his own child, and though William made a final attempt at reconciliation before sailing permanently for exile in England, the two men's own relationship never genuinely recovered, Franklin leaving his own son, in his final will, almost nothing beyond some worthless land claims and a scattering of books, a private family tragedy that this evening would ask you to hold alongside the political history this whole night has otherwise spent describing in terms of nations and armies, because a revolution that split a father from his own son in this particular permanent way was, for a great many other American families whose own names history never bothered to record, splitting exactly the same kind of household in exactly the same kind of way, all across the 13 colonies for the whole of these same 8 years. A faith that refused to fight at all and paid, on both sides of the conflict, for that same refusal. It is worth naming too the particular and genuinely difficult position this same war created for colonial Americans, whose own religious convictions forbade them from taking up arms in the first place, because the Religious Society of Friends, generally known as the Quakers, maintained as a matter of deep and long-standing religious principle an absolute refusal to participate in warfare of any kind, a position that left Pennsylvania's own considerable Quaker population, the colony's founding religious community, and still among its most economically influential, caught between a patriot movement that regarded their neutrality as a thinly disguised sympathy for the crown, and a British occupying force that showed no particular gratitude for that same neutrality either, so that a considerable number of prominent Philadelphia Quakers found themselves arrested by Patriot authorities in 1777 on suspicion of loyalist sympathies and exiled, without formal trial, to Virginia for the better part of a year, a genuinely harsh treatment of a community whose own actual crime, in most documented cases, was simply the consistent religious refusal to publicly support either side of a war they considered contrary to their own faith. Consider, too, the considerably more active role a different segment of colonial religious life played in the very same conflict, because a great many patriot clergymen, particularly among New England's own Congregationalist and Presbyterian ministers, preached open and enthusiastic support for the revolutionary cause from their own pulpits with such regularity and such fervour that the British came to refer to them, with genuine irritation, as the Black Regiment, a reference to the black robes these same ministers customarily wore, a form of religious mobilization that gave the American cause a genuinely powerful moral and rhetorical vocabulary, casting resistance to royal tyranny in explicitly biblical terms. A great many ordinary, deeply religious colonists found considerably more immediately persuasive than any of the more abstract Enlightenment political philosophy this evening has already described shaping Jefferson's own declaration. How we actually know any of this, and the specific gaps historians have had to learn to read around. It is worth naming plainly exactly where the considerable weight of surviving evidence for this whole story actually comes from, because the overwhelming majority of the letters, diaries, and official correspondence historians rely on to reconstruct this war were written by literate, propertied, overwhelmingly white men, officers and statesmen and merchants whose own education and whose own habitual record-keeping left behind an archive considerably richer and considerably more detailed than the one available for the ordinary enlisted soldier, the enslaved labourer, the native warrior, or the illiterate farm wife whose own experience of these same 8 years survives, where it survives at all only in fragment second-hand accounts and the considerably later oral testimony a great many surviving veterans gave decades after the fact in support of federal pension applications that Congress began processing in earnest only in the 1820s and 1830s. Testimony historians must read with real and careful attention to the way memory reshapes itself across 50 years of retelling even as it remains, for a considerable number of ordinary soldiers who left no other written record at all, very nearly the only surviving first-person account of their own wartime service. Consider, too, that a considerable and genuinely valuable share of what historians have learned about the war's own ordinary experience in recent decades has come not from any newly discovered letter or diary at all, but from archaeology, careful excavation of encampment sites like Valley Forge and Morristown, recovering the actual physical fragments, uniform buttons, musket balls, fragments of the crude log huts themselves, that let historians reconstruct daily camp life with a physical precision no written record alone could provide, and from a renewed and genuinely overdue effort across the past several decades specifically to gather and to seriously weigh the oral historical traditions preserved within native nations themselves, the Oneida Indian nation's own carefully maintained record of its ancestors' wartime alliance with the American cause chief among them, traditions that offer a considerably different and considerably more internally coherent vantage point on this same war than the fragmentary references scattered through white colonial correspondence ever managed to preserve on their own, and that this evening has tried, wherever the surviving record allowed it, to draw on directly rather than treat as a mere afterthought to the war's more heavily documented white political and military leadership. Consider, too, exactly how much of the popular imagery surrounding this whole revolution was actually assembled well after the fact by a young nation eager to build a shared founding mythology, because the widely circulated story of a young George Washington confessing to chopping down his own father's cherry tree rather than tell a lie was invented, in its entirety, by an early biographer named Mason Locke Weems, generally known as Parson Weems, in a hugely popular and largely fictionalized biography, published in 1806, 7 years after Washington's own death. A story with no basis whatsoever in any contemporary evidence, but one that nonetheless became, within a generation, so thoroughly embedded in American popular memory that a great many Americans today would be genuinely surprised to learn it was never anything more than pious later invention, and the equally famous story crediting Philadelphia seamstress Betsy Ross with personally designing and sewing the first American flag rests on similarly thin evidentiary ground, resting almost entirely on family testimony collected nearly a century after the fact by her own grandson rather than on any contemporary documentation from the 1770s themselves. A pattern this evening would simply ask you to notice, because a revolution that actually happened, with all its own genuine complexity and genuine moral compromise fully intact, has needed remarkably little embellishment to remain worth telling, and a great deal of what popular memory eventually added to it says considerably more about what later generations of Americans wanted their own founding story to sound like than about what the participants themselves actually experienced. chance held against choice, and how much of this whole outcome actually turned on weather nobody could have planned for. It is worth pausing honestly on exactly how much of this war's own eventual outcome rested on genuine contingency rather than on anyone's careful and deliberate design, because the fog that concealed Washington's escape from Long Island in the last hours before dawn, the storm that delayed and very nearly wrecked the Delaware crossing before Trenton, the timing of a French fleet's arrival at the Chesapeake that happened to align by a margin of mere days with Cornwallis's own decision to fortify Yorktown rather than retreat further inland, and Howe's own considerably more voluntary but no less consequential decision to pursue Philadelphia rather than reinforce Burgoyne's doomed advance toward Saratoga, each represents a moment where a different weather pattern, a different individual judgment, or a different few days of timing could plausibly have produced an entirely different war, a British victory at Long Island completing the destruction of the Continental Army in its very first major campaign, a failed crossing at Trenton collapsing what little remained of American morale in the war's most desperate winter, a French fleet arriving too late to seal Cornwallis inside Yorktown at all. Consider, too, that naming this same contingency honestly does not diminish the genuine skill, the genuine courage, or the genuine strategic judgment a great many individuals on the American and French side actually brought to this war. Because Washington's own considerable talent lay not in any single flash of battlefield brilliance. A comparison to the war's own more tactically gifted commanders on both sides generally leaves him somewhat wanting, but in an unusually durable and unusually patient strategic judgment and understanding sustained across 8 genuinely exhausting years, that the Continental Army's own survival as a functioning fighting force mattered considerably more to the war's eventual outcome than winning any single battle outright. A strategy of patient endurance that turned every one of the fortunate breaks this evening has just described into an actual, usable victory, rather than a merely lucky escape that led nowhere. And it is this same combination, real skill meeting, real chance at exactly the moments that mattered most, that this evening would ask you to hold in both hands together rather than choosing to credit the revolution's own eventual success entirely to either one alone. A treaty signed in a city that had never itself been part of the actual fighting. It is worth naming plainly the specific diplomatic settlement that formally ended the war, because American negotiators, Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay Chief among them, met with British representatives in Paris across 1782 and 1783, and secured, in the Treaty of Paris formally signed on the 3rd of September 1783, terms considerably more generous to the young United States than the new nation's own considerably weaker military and diplomatic position might otherwise have suggested it could reasonably expect. Full British recognition of American independence, a western boundary extended all the way to the Mississippi River, rather than the considerably narrower coastal strip some earlier proposals had contemplated, and continued American fishing rights off the coast of Newfoundland, terms the American negotiators secured, in no small part, by skillfully playing Britain's own considerable anxiety about a continued and increasingly close alliance between France and the young United States against France's own separate and somewhat different set of post-war priorities, negotiating the treaty's own final terms directly with Britain rather than waiting, as their own formal instructions from Congress technically required, for France's prior approval of every provision. Consider, too, exactly why the American negotiators actually chose to bypass France in the peace talks' own final stages, a decision that carried real diplomatic risk given how completely the American cause had depended on French support across the preceding 5 years, because John Jay in particular grew genuinely and increasingly suspicious across the negotiations of France's own foreign minister the Comte de Vergennes, coming to believe, with real supporting evidence, that France's own strategic interests, tied as they were to Spain's own separate and competing territorial ambitions in the Mississippi Valley, didn't actually align with America's own desire for the broadest possible western boundary, and that Vergennes might, left to his own devices, quietly favour a peace settlement considerably less generous to the United States than Britain, eager to court American goodwill away from its own continued alliance with France, was actually prepared to offer directly a calculated diplomatic gamble that violated the American delegation's own formal instructions from Congress to defer to French guidance at every stage. But that secured, in the final terms this evening has already described, a settlement considerably more favourable to the young United States than a fully French-supervised negotiation might plausibly have produced. Consider, too, exactly what that same generous western boundary actually meant for the native nations, whose own territory it silently signed away, because the treaty's negotiators, representing only Britain and the United States, ceded an enormous stretch of territory stretching from the Appalachians to the Mississippi River, without securing, or in any serious sense even attempting to secure, the consent or even the presence of a single one of the dozens of distinct native nations who actually inhabited that same land. Nations that had, in a great many cases including the Iroquois Confederacy this evening has already described, fought and suffered and lost people across the whole of the preceding 8 years as active belligerents in their own right, and who discovered, only after the treaty's own terms were formally announced, that 2 European-descended powers had negotiated away the ownership of their own homelands in a settlement they had no part whatsoever in shaping. A betrayal that opened, within barely a decade, a fresh round of frontier warfare across the very territory the treaty had so casually reassigned, and that stands, examined honestly, as one further entry on the considerable ledger of promises this whole revolution left broken at the very moment of its own formal, celebrated conclusion. 13 separate laboratories, each quietly experimenting with how much democracy an ordinary state government could actually bear. It is worth naming, too, that the years of the war itself were not spent solely fighting battles and negotiating foreign alliances, because every one of the 13 states used the very same years this evening has spent describing on distant battlefields to draft, debate, and ratify entirely new state constitutions of their own, genuinely experimental documents built, in most cases, from the ground up rather than adapted from any existing colonial charter. And it is worth naming, too, exactly how differently these same 13 experiments actually turned out, because Pennsylvania adopted, in 1776, one of the single most radically democratic constitutions produced anywhere in the world up to that point, abolishing property requirements for voting among free male taxpayers almost entirely, replacing an elected governor with a plural executive council, and establishing a single unicameral legislature rather than the 2-chamber structure most of the other states preferred. A genuinely bold experiment that a considerable number of Pennsylvania's own more conservative political leaders, John Adams among the loudest critics writing from outside the state, considered dangerously unstable, while Massachusetts, drafting its own constitution somewhat later in 1780, took a considerably more cautious path under John Adams's own direct authorship, building in the separation of powers and the bicameral legislature that would, within less than a decade, serve as a genuine working template for the federal constitution this evening's own later hours are about to describe, so that the same argument over how much direct democracy a functioning government could actually tolerate that would eventually play out at the Philadelphia Convention itself had already, in a very real sense, been rehearsed, state by separate state, across the whole of the preceding decade. A room full of hardened soldiers who could not, by every surviving account, keep themselves from weeping and a sword handed back to the body that had loaned it out in the first place. It is worth naming plainly the two quiet, deeply personal scenes with which Washington himself actually closed out 8 years of war, because on the 4th of December, 1783, with the last British troops finally departing New York City after the treaty's own ratification, Washington gathered his own most senior surviving officers at Fraunces Tavern in Lower Manhattan for a final farewell, and by the account of one officer present, raised a glass, told the assembled men, with evident and considerable emotion, that he could not come to each of them individually to take his own leave, but hoped each would come and shake his hand, and did exactly that, embracing officer after officer in a room several witnesses described as reduced, by the end of it, to genuine and largely silent tears, a scene considerably more intimate than anything the war's own larger battlefields had generally allowed for. Consider, too, what Washington did barely 3 weeks later, because he travelled to Annapolis, Maryland, where the Confederation Congress was then sitting, and on the 23rd of December, 1783, formally resigned his own military commission back to that same civilian Congress. A voluntary surrender of supreme military authority this evening has already described King George III himself finding genuinely difficult to believe any successful general would actually choose to make, and it is worth naming plainly that this same gesture, a victorious commander returning his own sword to the elected body that had first granted it rather than using the army still loyal to him to seize power outright, set a precedent for civilian control over military authority that every subsequent American transfer of power has, in one form or another, continued to follow ever since, a quieter and considerably less celebrated founding moment than the battles this whole evening has spent so long describing, but one a great many historians examining the whole of this story have judged on balance to be very nearly as important as any of them. A confederation too weak to actually collect the bill it had just finished running up. It is worth naming, plainly, exactly how poorly equipped the young United States actually was, in the years immediately following the war's own end, to manage the considerable practical business of actually governing itself. Because the Articles of Confederation, the loose governing framework Congress had drafted during the war itself, and the states had only fully ratified in 1781, created a national government deliberately designed in reaction against exactly the kind of centralized parliamentary authority the colonies had just spent 8 years fighting to escape. To be genuinely weak, possessing no power to levy taxes directly on individual citizens, no power to regulate interstate commerce, no independent executive branch, and no national court system, dependent entirely on the voluntary cooperation of 13 separate state governments that proved, in the years immediately following the war, considerably less cooperative than the new nation's own considerable wartime debts urgently required them to be. Consider, too, exactly how severe that same wartime debt actually was, because the new United States emerged from its own war of independence owing something in the range of $40 million combined between its national government and its individual states, a genuinely enormous sum for a young agricultural economy still recovering from 8 years of wartime disruption, and Congress, lacking any independent power to tax, found itself repeatedly unable to raise even the funds needed to pay interest on its own existing debt, let alone the considerable sums still owed to Continental Army veterans whose own wartime pay, as this evening has already described, had frequently arrived, if it arrived at all, in a currency that had by then become worth very nearly nothing. It is hard not to notice, finally, exactly what this same fiscal crisis actually produced in the countryside of western Massachusetts, because a considerable number of small farmers, a great many of them Continental Army veterans themselves, faced, in the mid-1780s, an economic squeeze of foreclosure and debtors' imprisonment driven by a combination of heavy state taxes levied specifically to pay down Massachusetts' own considerable war debt, and a shortage of hard currency that made those same taxes genuinely impossible for a great many farmers to pay, and a former Continental Army captain named Daniel Shays led, across the winter of 1786 and 1787, an armed uprising of several thousand aggrieved farmers that closed courthouses across western Massachusetts to prevent foreclosure proceedings from continuing, and marched, in January of 1787, on the Federal Armory at Springfield itself, an uprising the state of Massachusetts ultimately suppressed with a privately funded militia force rather than any national army, because the Confederation Congress, true to the fundamental weakness at the heart of its own governing structure, proved entirely unable to raise or fund a national force capable of responding to the crisis at all, a genuinely alarming demonstration to a great many of the new nation's own political leaders watching from a considerable distance of exactly how fragile the whole Confederation actually was. Consider, too, exactly what the convention's own famously secretive working conditions actually looked like from the inside, because the 81-year-old Franklin, brought back from his own Paris posting specifically to lend the proceedings his own considerable prestige, attended nearly every session despite his own declining health, and delegates later recalled that on the convention's own final day, as members filed forward one by one to sign the finished document, Franklin, gesturing toward a painted sun decorating the back of the chair George Washington had occupied throughout the proceedings as the convention's presiding officer, remarked that he had, across the whole of the long summer's deliberations, often found himself unable to tell whether that same sun was rising or setting, but that he now had the happiness to know it was a rising sun after all, a small, characteristically wry observation from the oldest man in the room that captured, rather better than any single clause of the document itself, the genuine uncertainty every delegate present had carried through that entire sweltering summer of argument, right up until the very last signature was finally added. A summer in Philadelphia spent arguing once again about representation and taxation. It is worth naming plainly the specific gathering Shays's rebellion helped finally provoke into action, because delegates from 12 of the 13 states, Rhode Island alone declining to send anyone at all, convened in Philadelphia in May of 1787, for what had originally been called merely to revise the existing Articles of Confederation, and that transformed, within the first weeks of deliberation, into a considerably more ambitious project of drafting an entirely new framework of national government altogether. Meeting in strict secrecy across a genuinely brutal Philadelphia summer, windows kept shut against both the heat and the prying ears of the press, to hammer out a constitution built around a genuinely new structure of divided and balanced federal power, a national government finally possessing the independent power to tax and to regulate commerce that the Confederation had so conspicuously lacked, but one deliberately checked, in turn, by a separation among legislative, executive and judicial branches, and by a system of enumerated powers meant to prevent that same newly strengthened national government from ever again resembling the unchecked parliamentary authority the revolution itself had been fought to escape. Consider, too, the specific compromise this same convention reached on the exact question of representation that had, this whole evening has already described, first set the entire revolution in motion, because delegates from more populous states argued for congressional representation apportioned strictly by population, while delegates from smaller states, fearing permanent domination by their larger neighbours, insisted on equal representation for every state regardless of size, a deadlock resolved through what came to be called the Great Compromise, or the Connecticut Compromise after the delegation that proposed it, creating a bicameral Congress with population-based representation in a House of Representatives balanced against equal state representation in a Senate, a structural solution to the exact same representation question that had, a full generation earlier, first divided the American colonies from a parliament in which they held no seats at all. It is worth naming too, and without softening it, the second and considerably darker compromise this same convention reached on the exact question of who actually counted as a person for purposes of that same representation, because delegates from southern states, seeking to maximise their own congressional representation and their own influence in the newly created Electoral College, demanded that their own enslaved populations be counted for purposes of apportionment, even though those same enslaved people possessed, under every southern state's own law, no rights of citizenship, no vote, and in the most literal sense no legal personhood at all, a demand delegates from northern states, several of whom argued that property and slaves were legally defined as property throughout the southern states, ought not to be counted for representation any more than a horse or a plough would be, ultimately conceded in the form of the 3/5 compromise, agreeing that each enslaved person would be counted as 3/5 of a free person for purposes of both congressional representation and direct taxation, a formula that inflated Southern political power in the new national government considerably beyond what its own actual free voting population would otherwise have justified, and that entrenched directly into the founding text of the new Constitution the exact same moral contradiction this evening has already described Congress quietly erasing from Jefferson's own original draft of the Declaration 11 years earlier. A bill this new founding document did not settle so much as it formally and deliberately deferred, and that later generations of Americans would eventually pay, in full, in a civil war fought some 3/4 of a century further down this same unresolved ledger. A third compromise, considerably less discussed than the other two, over how a president who had no obvious precedent anywhere in the world should actually be chosen. It is worth naming too one further structural puzzle this same convention had to resolve that has shaped American politics in ways still directly felt today, because delegates could reach no easy agreement on how the new government's own single executive, an office the Constitution's own framers were inventing very nearly from scratch, given how thoroughly the war itself had discredited hereditary monarchy as any kind of workable model ought to actually be selected. Direct popular election, striking a considerable number of delegates as dangerously susceptible to demagoguery in a nation whose own communication between distant states still moved no faster than a horse could carry it, while selection by Congress itself risked making the presidency dependent on and subordinate to the legislature in exactly the way the framers were trying, throughout the rest of the document, to avoid, and the compromise the convention finally settled on, an electoral college of specially chosen electors apportioned to each state according to its own combined congressional representation, senators and representatives together, carried directly within its own arithmetic. The same 3/5 compromise this evening has already described, because a state's own enslaved population, though granted no vote of its own, nonetheless inflated that same state's own electoral weight in choosing a president exactly as it inflated its own weight in the House of Representatives, one further quiet mechanism, hiding in plain sight inside the framework of the presidency itself, through which the compromise over slavery this evening has spent so long describing, reached even further into the new government's own structure than its own framers perhaps fully appreciated at the time. Ratification, and the promise added to make the whole document acceptable at all. It is worth naming plainly exactly how contested the new Constitution's own ratification actually was, because the document required approval from conventions in at least 9 of the 13 states before it could take effect at all, and the debate that followed its own publication in the autumn of 1787 split the new nation's political leadership into 2 genuinely opposed camps: Federalists, who supported the new, stronger national government the Constitution proposed, and who mounted, In New York especially, a sustained and genuinely brilliant public defense of the document through a series of 85 newspaper essays that came to be collected as the Federalist Papers, written under a shared pseudonym by Alexander Hamilton, James Madison and John Jay, and anti-federalists who warned, with real and in several respects genuinely prophetic conviction, that a national government possessing this much concentrated power and lacking in the document's own original draft any explicit written protection for individual liberties at all, risked recreating the very same unchecked authority the revolution itself had been fought to escape. Consider, too, exactly what compromise finally secured ratification in several of the more genuinely closely contested states, because Federalist supporters in Massachusetts, Virginia and New York, recognizing that ratification in those same critical states remained genuinely uncertain without some further concession to anti-federalist concerns, agreed to support the prompt addition of a formal Bill of Rights as the new government's very first order of business once it actually convened, a promise that persuaded enough wavering delegates in each of those states to secure the narrow margins ratification ultimately required, and that Congress, true to that same promise, honoured within its own first 2 years of operation, proposing 12 constitutional amendments in 1789, 10 of which the states ratified by 1791 as what came to be known collectively as the Bill of Rights, formally guaranteeing for the first time in the new nation's own founding legal structure protections for freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, and a considerable range of other individual liberties. The Anti-Federalists had insisted the original document left dangerously unprotected, a handful of states that decided, on their own and considerably ahead of the rest, that the Declaration's own promise ought to actually mean what it said. It is worth naming, honestly, that the same years that entrenched slavery directly into the new federal constitution's own founding structure also produced, in a genuinely striking countercurrent this evening would not want you to miss, the very first legal steps taken anywhere in the Americas to formally abolish the institution altogether, because Vermont, not yet a formal state of the Union but governing itself independently across these same years, included in its own 1777 Constitution an explicit prohibition of adult slavery, the first such prohibition written into any governing charter on the continent, and Pennsylvania's own legislature passed in 1780, a gradual abolition act that began slowly and with real and lasting limitations built directly into its own text, freeing children born to enslaved mothers within the state only once they reached the age of 28, a genuinely cautious and by modern standards genuinely inadequate measure, but one that nonetheless marked Pennsylvania as the first state within the actual Union to take any legislative step toward abolition at all, a pattern Massachusetts' own courts effectively completed through judicial interpretation of that same state's new constitution in 1783, and that a handful of other northern states followed, each in its own considerably gradual and considerably compromised fashion across the following 2 decades, so that by the early years of the 19th century, a genuine and widening legal divide had opened between a mostly free North and a South whose own economy remained built, more thoroughly than ever, directly on slave labour. A divide this evening has already told you plainly the Constitution's own 3/5 compromise did not resolve, but merely deferred, and that these same early, partial, imperfect northern abolition laws show, honestly, was never actually inevitable to defer in the first place. A bill still not paid, carried forward into a present this whole story eventually arrives at. It is worth pausing, before this evening turns toward its own close, on exactly how far the promises made across these 8 long years of war, and the several more years of political construction that followed, actually travelled into the lives of the people. This whole story has spent so long asking you to remember, because the moral debt of slavery, the Constitution's own 3/5 compromise formally deferred rather than resolved, was not finally and fully paid until a civil war, fought some 3/4 of a century later and costing considerably more American lives than the Revolution itself had cost, forced the issue the founders had proven unwilling to settle, and even that same reckoning left, as this evening's own listeners surely already understand without needing it, explained at length, a further century of formal and informal inequality still very much unresolved, while the land promised away without native consent at Paris in 1783 opened, within barely a generation, into a sustained pattern of further dispossession that continued, treaty broken after treaty broken, across very nearly the whole of the following century, and the political equality Abigail Adams asked her own husband to remember on behalf of the nation's women was not formally extended to the vote until 1920, a full century and a half after her own letter first asked for it. It is worth naming, too, exactly how directly this same story still sits, in physical and entirely literal form, inside the present. This evening is asking you to drift off inside, because the actual engrossed parchment copies of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, the very documents this evening has spent so long describing being drafted, debated and argued over, remain on public display today in the National Archives in Washington, sealed in specially designed cases and watched over, still, with the same careful, unresolved argument over what they actually mean that has never once stopped since the ink itself dried, an amendment process the Constitution's own framers deliberately built into the document, continuing to add new provisions across the whole of the 2.5 centuries since, the vote finally extended to women in 1920. The vote finally and formally guaranteed regardless of race and language, considerably more enforceable than the 15th Amendment's own earlier promise, only in 1965, so that a 4th of July celebrated today with fireworks and cookouts across the whole of the country marks, whether the people attending it consciously remember it or not, the anniversary of a document that opened a ledger this whole evening has told you was never actually closed, one that later generations of ordinary Americans, not any single founder acting alone, have spent the whole of the time since trying, unevenly and incompletely, to finish balancing. It is worth naming, too, one small and genuinely striking individual attempt to actually pay a piece of this same ledger down, made by a man this evening has already introduced you to, because Tadeusz Kosciuszko, the Polish engineer whose own fortifications helped make the victory at Saratoga possible, left behind, in a will drafted before his own eventual return to Europe, instructions directing that his own American estate, including back pay Congress owed him for his own wartime service, be used specifically to purchase the freedom of enslaved people and to fund their own education, naming Jefferson himself, his own personal friend, as the will's executor, a bequest that would have freed and educated a considerable number of enslaved Americans, potentially including some of the people Jefferson personally enslaved at Monticello, had Jefferson actually carried out his own friend's final wishes, which he did not, the will becoming tangled in decades of legal dispute after Jefferson's own death, without ever being properly executed at all, a small, deeply personal postscript to the whole of this evening's story, one immigrant volunteer's own genuine attempt made in his own final written wishes to settle a debt the nation he had fought for never quite managed to settle on its own. Consider, too, that naming these same unpaid bills honestly does not require erasing what this revolution actually did accomplish, because the specific and genuinely radical claim at the centre of Jefferson's own declaration, that legitimate government rests on the consent of the governed, rather than on inherited royal authority, and the specific and genuinely durable structure of divided, checked, and periodically renewed political power the Constitution went on to build around that same claim, gave later generations of Americans, and in time a considerable number of other nations besides, the actual legal and philosophical language with which to demand that the Revolution's own unfinished promises finally be paid in full, an abolitionist invoking the Declaration's own language of unalienable rights against the very Constitution that had once protected slavery, a suffragist invoking that same language on behalf of women the founders had never intended it to cover, a civil rights movement invoking it again a full 2 centuries later, each one drawing on the exact same founding text to demand precisely the accounting. This evening has spent so long insisting the founders themselves left incomplete, a tool this revolution handed forward, imperfect and unevenly used, but genuinely powerful all the same, to every generation that has had to keep fighting to collect on it. It is worth naming, finally, exactly how far this same example actually travelled beyond the 13 states that produced it, because the specific and genuinely radical proof this revolution offered the wider world that a colonial population could organise itself, defeat an empire, and construct an entirely new government from first principles rather than inherited royal authority, reached, within a single generation, considerably further than its participants likely imagined it would, revolutionaries across the Caribbean, across Latin America, and across Europe itself studying the American example closely, borrowing its own language of natural rights and self-government, even where they went on, in a great many cases, to build considerably more complete and considerably more consistent versions of the same equality this evening has spent so long describing the American founders themselves falling short of. A legacy that this evening would ask you to hold honestly in both directions at once. A genuinely consequential gift handed outward to the wider world, and a promise that a great many of the people who received that same gift second-hand ended up keeping considerably more fully than the nation that first wrote it down. It is worth naming, too, one last small irony this evening would ask you to carry alongside everything else, because the war that began with colonial Americans insisting, with real and considered conviction, on their own rights as Englishmen, ended by producing a nation that spent the following century and more quietly, and not so quietly, insisting it was nothing at all like the empire it had just finished separating from, even as that same young republic went on, across the very same decades, to expand its own territory westward through exactly the kind of dispossession and exactly the kind of unequal citizenship this evening has spent so long documenting. A contradiction this evening would simply ask you to notice rather than resolve, because noticing it, honestly and without flinching, is very nearly the whole point of telling this story at all. Let us walk back quietly through the whole shape of what this long night has actually told you, because a story carried across 8 years of war and a further several years of political construction is easy to lose the thread of by the time it reaches its own end. It began with an unpaid bill from a war fought an ocean away, a British debt the colonies were asked to help settle through direct taxation they had never consented to and had no voice in approving, an argument that hardened through the Stamp Act and the Townshend duties and the tea thrown into Boston Harbour by men in badly considered disguise, into a genuine constitutional doctrine before it ever hardened into open war. It moved through a green in Lexington where nobody, then or since, could tell you with real confidence who actually fired first, through a hill misnamed for its own neighbour, where a British victory cost more than most defeats, through a Congress that raised an army months before it found the nerve to actually declare the independence. That army was already, in practice, fighting for and through a declaration whose own soaring opening promise of universal equality sat from the very day of its own signing, beside the considerable and considered silence of everyone that promise did not actually include. It carried you across a foggy retreat from Long Island that saved an army by the width of a single night's weather, across an icy river on Christmas night, through a French alliance won on the strength of a battlefield surrender in upstate New York, and secured, in no small part, by an old man's careful charm in a Paris drawing room, through a frontier war that split a six-nation confederacy clean in half, through a promise of freedom offered first by the side that still profited from slavery everywhere else it ruled, through a currency that collapsed into a byword for worthlessness, through a southern campaign fought as bitterly between neighbours as it was fought between armies, through a general's betrayal and the younger officer who paid for it with his own life, and finally through a siege at Yorktown sealed shut by a French fleet that arrived, by the narrowest of margins, in time. And it did not actually end there, not really, because the peace that followed left native nations dispossessed by a treaty they had no seat at, left loyalists exiled and their property unreturned, left a national government too weak to collect its own war debt, and finally opened onto a second and considerably quieter argument, conducted this time in a shuttered room in Philadelphia, rather than on any battlefield, over the exact same questions of representation and taxation the whole story had started with, an argument that produced a genuinely new form of government, while formally writing the moral debt of slavery directly into that same government's own founding structure, a debt this evening has told you plainly was not actually paid, in full, for the better part of another century still to come. It is worth naming, honestly, one final time, exactly what kind of legend this whole story eventually became in the 2.5 centuries since it actually happened, because a nation, like a family, tends to remember its own founding moments in the shape it most wants them to have taken, smoothing a disputed shot on a village green into a single clean moral clarity, inventing a cherry tree and a hatchet to give a complicated man a simple, teachable virtue he never actually needed inventing for him. And it is worth remembering gently that the actual story, with every one of its own genuine contradictions still fully intact, a Congress that argued and hesitated and very nearly settled for half measures at every single turn, a cause that a considerable share of the very population it claimed to speak for either actively opposed or found itself entirely excluded from, and a victory that arrived only through a fog, a storm, and a fleet's fortunate timing quite as much as through anyone's careful design, was never actually in need of that same smoothing to be worth remembering at all. The men who stood on that green at Lexington in the last dark hour before dawn did not know, standing there, whether they were about to die for a nation that would eventually exist or simply for a morning's stubborn refusal to be told to disperse. And it is that same uncertainty, carried by ordinary people who could not see any further into their own future than any of us can see into ours, that this evening would ask you to hold on to, longer than you hold on to any of the bronze statues or the solemn portraits this same story eventually produced. That brings us to the end of tonight's long story. Thank you, genuinely and warmly, for spending these long, quiet hours in this room, with a war that started of all things as an argument over an unpaid bill and ended imperfectly and unevenly, and with a great deal of unfinished business still trailing behind it, in a new kind of government the world had not quite seen in this particular shape before. If this is the kind of story you find yourself glad to have heard, consider staying with this small channel a while longer, and if you would like to help us on our own way toward 10,000 subscribers, sticking around and sharing this with someone else who likes to fall asleep to a long story is genuinely one of the easiest ways to do it. And remember, if you found this on YouTube, the Spotify link is waiting for you down in the description. And if you found it on Spotify instead, Historian at Midnight is easy enough to find with a quick search on YouTube if you would like to see what else this channel has been building. And it is worth naming, one final time before this evening actually lets you go, that this same argument has never really stopped being renewed by ordinary people rather than by monuments, because somewhere in the country this whole story eventually built on very nearly any given week of the year. A room full of immigrants gathers to recite an oath of citizenship built directly around the same founding language this evening has spent so long walking you through, consenting in their own voices and by their own free choice rather than by any accident of birth, to exactly the kind of government by consent Jefferson's own declaration first proposed. A small, quiet, recurring ceremony that this evening would ask you to hold as the actual living end of the story rather than any statue or any framed parchment. Proof that the argument and unpaid bill first started in 1763 has never actually finished being argued, and in its own quiet way probably never entirely will. Close your eyes now, if they are not closed already. Let the room go quiet. Let the argument this whole night has carried you through finally settle, unresolved in some of its own particulars the way most real history actually is, and let yourself drift, at last, towards sleep. Good night, and sweet dreams.